Yeah, honorable members, honorable Mwango, are you ready? Are you ready, honorable Mwango?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, no, General Sibiya has sat down and we can resume the proceedings, and the speaker who immediately takes the platform is Honorable Mwango.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. And good afternoon, General Sibiya.
Good afternoon.
When I looked at your evidence in chief, you are telling us about your illustrious career in the police service, having joined the service in 1989, and the roles and responsibilities that you actually have been able to play up to a point when you were actually promoted to Major General in 2010. If you could just share with perhaps me the hierarchical organization of your command structure within SAPS. Where does the source of authority actually reside in the South African police hierarchical order?
Thank you, Chair. I've got the structure of the South African Police Service here. Chair, I don't know. This is the document that I have but let me put it this way. I'm the Deputy National Commissioner. I report to the National Commissioner. The structure goes as follows. It is the National Commissioner, followed by the Deputy National Commissioners, 3 of them. Then straight line, you will have your provincial commissioners of the 9 provinces. That reports to him. Then from there, you have the Deputy National, you will have the Deputy National Commissioners going down. So I don't know if Honorable Member wants me to take it down further, but I do have the whole structure, the Chair. I do have the whole structure here that shows, and this is the latest structure that was approved by the National Commissioner on the 15th, my glasses, of May 2025.
Thank you. I think I will ask for a copy of that, and just to familiarize myself with that arrangement. In fact, I'm asking that question because I just want to understand how instructions are actually, how instructions are being made. Can instructions actually come from the bottom up, or top down, or sideways? I just want to understand that.
In the police, it comes from top down.
Thank you. What is the difference between the seniority in rank and seniority in service? Is there any difference in that? the seniority?
There is a difference. There's only one thing, seniority in rank.
Seniority in rank. Okay. Is it correct, therefore, to say that if the seniority is on the rank, what happens then if you are a group of lieutenant generals? So how is your seniority demarcated in such situations?
The highest, the first one to be promoted as the lieutenant general is the senior.
Okay. Lieutenant General Sibiya was promoted in 2010. And Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was acting commissioner in 2011. General Sibiya was Major General until 2023. In that situation, where is your seniority, situation actually? How is it actually structured in that situation?
If I was promoted as a lieutenant general and it ended there, he would have been a senior to me. But if I'm promoted as the lieutenant general, then appointed as the deputy national commissioner, that puts me or places me in a senior position. The same applies to, in 2011, just when he was 2 months or 4 months as a major general, he was promoted to be the acting national commissioner. And only to find that it can't happen, that's why overnight he was then promoted again to become a lieutenant general so that he is able to then act as a national commissioner.
I understand that. What then do you understand, Lieutenant General Sibiya, to be the role and responsibilities of the Minister of Police versus that of the National Commissioner?
The National Commissioner, the Minister of Police job is oversight of the police and to determine policy and to advise the police on issues that needs to be attended to in terms of the constitution and playing a political oversight. And the National Commissioner is the one responsible for the South African Police Service now, who runs the operations, who manages the crime in South Africa, manage the resources of the police in the Republic, and determine all the operational needs of the police.
Now, the establishment of the PKTT, was it a consequence of the operational, decision, or it was a political policy decision?
It was a political decision that actually gave birth to the PKTT.
In such situation, who actually established the PKTT? Was it the minister or the National Commissioner?
It was the presidency who formed the IMC, Interministerial Committee, consists of ministers. And they came together to form that what we call Interministerial Committee, and led or chaired by the Minister of Police.
Yeah, no, I understand that. There was even a steering committee, and all of that. But I'm just talking about the establishment of that task team, that group of people who were given specific assignment to go and accomplish. Who was that? Was it the minister or was it the National Commissioner?
It will mainly be both.
Sorry,
It will be both.
okay. Now, in your understanding of the roles of these two people or two authorities in the Department of Police, would you then say that the minister's directive to dissolve and disband the PKTT was lawful and within the scope of the minister's authority in terms of the applicable legislation that governs your operations as the police?
As far as I'm concerned, it's a lawful instruction because the minister, who is the boss of the national commissioner, if you come up with something like that, that says, I don't think this thing is still needed anymore, let's change direction, let's take this other direction. It happened before many times, even Minister Teller's time, it happened before many times. So it happens. And there's nothing wrong actually in what is happening, in a sense that it is usual. There's nothing unusual for a minister to write his concerns or say his concerns about a particular matter. I've seen in instances where there's deployment and you find that they deployed 50 instead of 200. And then the minister will say, not necessarily this one, he will say, no, I don't think this number is enough. I don't think this number is enough to be able to attend to the type of crime that is happening there. We need more members there. And then remember, it is the minister's space, as the Minister of Police and appointed in that space, the high level of crimes, it is now on his shoulders as to how he reduces the number, because he also wants to be successful and also to make sure that crime drops in the respective areas. So ministers are hands-on. And as they are hands-on, they do speak to the DGs and they tell what must happen.
But General, ministers are not police. They're not trained as police. They are politicians, and I would have a problem with a minister who is hands-on when he has no knowledge of policing. Because then what it would be then the role of the national commissioner.
But you also
divisional what? Commanders and all of those people.
But you also get a situation where the community or the public or the media, they begin to ask questions, say, but where's the minister? That one is dead. It's not there. It's nowhere to be seen. It's missing in action. But when you become hands-on again and you get seen again, you also get accused that you are too much. You are interfering. So I don't know how they're managing it, but from where I'm sitting, I don't think I'm the one who should be really engaged into such type of discussion since I'm not the minister.
I'm asking that because Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was very strong on saying that the minister actually overstepped his authority. He had no right to actually dissolve the PKTT because it's an operational matter. And the National Commissioner also strongly believes that the minister actually overstepped the mark of his authority to dissolve the PKTT because he is the one who actually established that because it's an operational matter.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. Now, looking at the letter of the 31st December, like the Honorable Member Matthias of the EFF, the 31st of December is the eve of the new year. I suppose offices by 12 o'clock are almost empty. I understand that the police are actually working. The lower ranks of the police are on the roads, but in Pretoria, I can bet you my dollar I won't find any of you at head office at 12 o'clock on the New Year's Eve. But here is the minister at 17:40. He sends an email disbanding the PKTT. Now, Honorable Mkhwanazi, not Honorable, yes, General Mkhwanazi and the National Commissioner, in particular, General Mkhwanazi feels that no, somebody wrote the letter for the minister, and the minister signed something that he did not understand. What is your take on that?
I still believe that General Mkhwanazi he sees things.
Sorry.
He sees things because some of us from the 24th of January of December, we were operating already down there in Western Cape. We came, I came round about my last roadblock was in Harrismith on the 30th in the afternoon. We were not there, and the minister was already I think at home in KZN. Me, I was operating on the street. I never actually got to get involved in this thing. So if the General Mkhwanazi believed that somebody wrote that letter for the minister, it means he believed that the minister has got no capacity to can write that letter himself, which I find unbelievable.
True, I also found it unbelievable when I first heard it, because I know Honorable Minister Mchunu. We almost grew up together out there, and I know his capabilities. And until I saw a letter from Mary Tehas, because the Mary Tehas letter, if I may just read one, the first paragraph actually indicated is 1.1. She says, in this regard, I request that you, that is Mary Tehas saying to the minister, 1, instruct the National Commissioner of SAPS to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary, and wasteful political killings task team. The National Commissioner must immediately stop the deployment of General Khumalo, who heads the CIS. Now, even the terminology used in this letter is almost the same terminology that you would find in the letter written disbanding the PKTT. What would be your take in that?
I think the minister will be invited to come and defend this type of statements.
No, that's fine. I will ask him. Thank you. And then you saw this letter on General Sibiya on the 3rd of January, when Brigadier, is it Brigadier or General Mtoko, yes, came to your office with that letter, with that, is it a directive or something, to say that this PKTT must be disbanded with immediate effect. And the commissioner was not there. The national commissioner was on leave. I didn't hear you actually saying that upon receipt of this letter, you actually made any effort to contact the acting national commissioner, in this instance, Lieutenant General Musikili. Why was that?
Because once you are, the National Commissioner is on leave and you are appointed as the acting National Commissioner, that document was circulated or sent to the National Commissioner on the 31st of December. But it was only sent to me on the 3rd of January. And the National Commissioner says it in his own statement that the National Commissioner said in his statement that he signed, he says in his statement that he directed Brigadier Letoko to write an email to us and tell us that we must act and prepare a report. So it says, I'm looking for that letter where the National Commissioner himself said, I directed Brigadier Letoko to write this letter to the Deputy National Commissioners to prepare reports. So which means the National Commissioner already places himself in action, in his own words, in his own statement that I read earlier.
Thank you. Well, in fact, I did say that the National Commissioner felt that he should have been the one to dissolve that. In fact, it's in his evidence in chief, paragraph 44, where he said the disbandment of the PKTT was an operational policing decision and as such should have been made by the National Commissioner. And I'm quoting directly from his statement. Now, on the 14th then of January, General Sibiya walked into the office of the National Commissioner. That was the day when he was actually back from, was resuming his duties after a 2 weeks leave. And then you walked in, General Sibiya, with a proposal to immediately and summarily actually disband PKTT. You already had a plan of how to go about implementing the minister's directive.
I still refer back to the National Commissioner in paragraph 45 of the National Commissioner statement under oath to this committee. He confirmed that he did instruct. Let us refer to page which one is the page, colleagues? Please turn over. I'm looking for the statement, Chair, that I read earlier where the National Commissioner said he did instruct Brigadier Letoko to write that statement. Had he not done so, he would have been accused of insubordination. So he did that because he otherwise, had he not done it, it was going to be regarded as insubordination. So, as far as I'm concerned, the National Commissioner acted within his rights, and even the judge asked him and say, even if it was a unlawful instruction, were you going to carry it out? And I said, no, if it's not a lawful instruction, I won't carry it out. But whatever that happened because the National Commissioner was in support.
And on the 15th again, 15th of January 2025, General Sibiya visited my office, and that is the National Commissioner saying this, and found me with Major General Sibiya.
Yes.
And you actually briefed him on the revised plan because he was not happy with the original one. And he told you that, no, disbanding the PKTT cannot be an abrupt thing because of reasons. And then he gave those reasons. But then you came back the following day with the plan. And then he actually specifically, instructed you to leave the matter to him. Hence, in your bundle, there is that letter, which ought to have been signed by him, but he did not sign it. And then Lieutenant General Sibiya left the office, and on the 17th, he wrote a letter, a directive, a letter carrying a directive to Lieutenant General Khumalo to implement with immediate effect the minister's directive. And that to me was defiance, because the National Commissioner had actually in no uncertain terms told you to leave the matter in his hands. But on the 17th, the Lieutenant General Sibiya leaves the office and then starts issuing an instruction to Lieutenant General Khumalo to continue implementing the minister's directive. And I want to believe that was defiance. That is why I opened this discussion asking you about how the hierarchical stratification is actually arranged in the police and how instructions actually are made. And then you correctly said that. Now, here is an instruction from the highest of the police to leave the matter in his hands, and then you go out and do something differently.
Let's say for a moment, Chair, that was the case, of which it was not the case, but let's say for a moment, let us agree that was the case. The National Commissioner says, I came on the 15th and I found him sitting with General Sibiya in his office. That is on the 15th. Now, General Sibiya is part of the discussion and she can hear the discussion. How then does it happen that General Sibiya, the same General Sibiya was sitting with the National Commissioner, send a document to me on the 16th, having heard what the National Commissioner said? On the 16th, she sent me a document and she go to my PA and say, I'm sending you a document, just print it and give it to the general for signature. And this document is the document that comes from the National Commissioner's office, compiled by the Office of the National Commissioner General Rabi, sent to me by the Office of the National Commissioner and by the highest authority in the National Commissioner's office, which is General Sibiya, to my office. If that is the case, that what the National Commissioner was saying, or he said, that stop, don't do anything further, I will handle the matter forward myself, in the presence of General Sibiya. Then how does it happen that General Sibiya sent me an email and attached the documents and say, let the general sign this and send?
Well, it's something that would need to be resolved at your level. But here is the National Commissioner saying what he's saying under oath here. And let me continue that on the 16th of January, there was a meeting between the Minister, the National Commissioner, and Lieutenant General Khumalo was there.
Sorry, Chair. I have a question that I want to ask. I know I'm here to answer, but there's a point that I need to clarify.
Okay.
The honorable member says, here is the National Commissioner saying under oath that, and I put a document that demonstrated that, but the National Commissioner sent through the office of Sibola to my office. So we are sitting with two documents. This one comes from the National Commissioner's people. And here he's saying under oath that this is what he said, which is disproved by what I also sit with. Now, it needs to be clear that either what the National Commissioner said in his affidavit is not true, or I'm not telling the truth about this email. But I'm putting a position that says, despite the fact that the National Commissioner in his affidavit is saying, he told me to stop, but if he told me to stop, did General Sibola then act on his own accord by coming to my office and say, please print and give to the DNC to sign and send? So it's a problem there because it shows that either myself or the National Commissioner, one of us is not being truthful. Thank you very much, Chair.
Well, thank you. I was on this meeting on the 16th of January, 2025, between the National Commissioner and the Minister. In attendance was also Lieutenant General Khumalo, who was actually asked to provide the Minister with a comprehensive update, as well as an overview of the ongoing counterintelligence investigations. So they gave a report to the Minister, and in the report, there was a list of people, in particular senior SAPS officers associated with a criminal activity. And on the list that they provided to the Minister was the name of Lieutenant General Sibiya. Are you aware of that? Have you seen that report?
I haven't seen the report, but I heard about it.
Why would they list Lieutenant General Sibiya, include your name on the list of, personalities or senior subs officers who are actually associated with the criminal activity? Why would they do that?
Well, that is something that I'm also still waiting because, I mean, when was that? And the whole year passed by with that list in their possession and not acting on it.
Now, Lieutenant General Sibiya, do you actually believe, honestly, that PKTT had done a good job in resolving some of the intractable cases of political killings, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal?
I did indicate that I agree, Chair.
Okay. So therefore, the minister's assertion that it actually has outlived its usefulness and is no longer adding any value may not be entirely accurate.
Not necessarily that it may not be accurate. The fact that it has done it in KZN, and they themselves, they presented that they have achieved the purpose for which they have been established for, and that now most of the districts have stabilized, only eThekwini district. It qualifies the statement that these people no longer really are that active anymore.
Okay, thank you. There was a function or a meeting in Cape Town attended by the minister. I can't remember whether it was the then minister, Cele, and General Mkhwanazi was there, if I'm not mistaken, the National Commissioner, and yourself. And, oh yeah, it was Minister Cele. Minister Cele actually he asked you about the people who had actually been arrested for the murder of AKA. And he was concerned that he was not too sure whether the people arrested were the correct people, the right people who actually had in fact committed that crime. And then he wanted a briefing in that effect. And then you quickly actually, embarked on organizing that briefing. You phoned someone in the province of KwaZulu-Natal police headquarters. And I believe it was General Mkopozi. Now, I can't understand why you would actually phone Mkopozi and not the provincial commissioner.
Just to
because it would actually appear that could also have been the source of the conflict. In fact, you said so. That could be one of the sources of the conflict between yourself and General Mkhwanazi.
Just to correct the chair that it's not a question of Minister Cele wasn't so sure as to who has been arrested and why they've been arrested. He just simply asked a question, are you sure you've arrested the right people? And the answer was yes, Minister. Can I see the team so that I can get a full briefing? Yes, Minister. And now, mine, in an attempt to expedite, I contacted General Mkopozi straight, which is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner at KZM. I say, I just spoke to the minister, and the minister requests that the team should come up to come and brief him in KZM, in Gauteng. Will you please also inform it? Will you please inform the team and also inform the PC? We agreed. Up until when he called me back, the deputy PC saying that, hey, General, the PC is fighting. Can you please call him yourself? And I did that with all the energy and the comfort, confidence I have, because we were not fighting with Nami nor General Mkhwanazi. We were just working together and we never fought. It was the first time that it happened. And the way it happened, it got out of hand. And that is what caused the first conflict. But the second conflict is a conflict that one will have maybe at the head office, either with General Kumalo or General Ntsiye. And you find that General Mkhwanazi get involved in things of head office. And as a result, you find that now the relationship is worsening instead of improving. But in me communicating directly to General Deputy Provincial Commissioner there, I did say to him, I apologize, but not that there was anything wrong. Because I was not giving an instruction. I said, please inform the team and also inform the PC. So it is not something that was supposed to actually even last or cause a big fight, because this is something that can be spoken about and finish.
Okay, General, let's look at the Mkhwanazi matter. You referred to Brown Mkhwanazi as quote unquote activist. Can you unpack that? Activist. What do you really mean there?
I think I've listened to a number of his videos where he said he was campaigning for this one, he was campaigning for that. He was talking about the current SG. But at that time, when I Googled him, I heard him even talking about when they were challenging former Premier Supra Mahumapelo. And then there was a mayor who also came out responding to Brown Mkhwanazi's allegations and saying that Brown Mkhwanazi, he would call them and wanting to know about wrongdoing in the city, in Mahikeng, and then also reporting certain things to the police. So there was a mayor who was doing an interview because he would want to know about either corruption that has been committed or whatever that is happening there, then he will report it to the next people. So that's how I refer to him as an activist in the Gauteng, because he says he's an ANC member. And I don't know whether he's a member of Umkhonto weSizwe or what, but he is a person who's involved in politics as well.
Do you have this communication with him on a regular basis? I'm trying to avoid using the word a relationship. No, I mean, you know, frequent communication with him on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's not, I don't have a relationship with him, but I have communicated with him a number of times.
I'm saying this because on paragraph 77 of your evidence in chief, you say that Mkhwanazi actually contacted you to warn you about some people who were all out, who were working hard to actually oust you from your position in SAPS. And further, he told you that some people were circulating false information about you. So that is actually something that can actually be done by someone who is very close to you, who is very concerned about what is actually happening. Yeah, someone who's really, really concerned about you as a friend or as an acquaintance or as a relative.
Not correct.
Okay.
Because someone can pick up information that affects you and just give you a call and say, hey, I heard certain people planning around you. Be careful of so-and-so and so-and-so. So it does happen.
I wish I could get people to warn me.
You will get me, Chair.
Honorable Chair, there is also this matter of Nhlanhla. Have you met him before?
I did indicate, Chair, that I've met him several times.
Okay. Can you share with us why he's in prison as a head of intelligence?
It later transpired that he was at some point involved in the attempted murder of a lady. That's what I heard. It's a matter that we are not involved in. Myself, I didn't know about it.
Yeah, because in your evidence in chief, you did actually allude to the fact that Nhlanhla was actually quite a well-known character within the SAPS echelons in Pretoria.
Yes.
Now, suddenly, boom, Nhlanhla is in prison. Where does that put the reputation, the integrity of our national police, head office?
I would like to believe, Honorable Member, that at some point, either before or now or in future, sometimes you can know somebody and then you find that you speak to this person maybe regularly, only to find that later you get to hear about this person, that this person is involved in 1, 2, 3, 4. That's when you start raising your ears, and that's when you start also stepping back.
But General, as a head of intelligence, you certainly cannot allow a situation where a character whose background is not known to you to actually frequent and walk in and out of your offices at head office level. And then suddenly that character is arrested. Then you come and say, hey, I did not know that this man was a criminal. Why? Head of intelligence.
Head of intelligence, it doesn't mean that, like, for instance, I have the intelligence and the intelligence are reporting to me what they're doing. The intelligence are falling under me, but they were not, like the counterintelligence are not reporting to me, they're reporting to General Kumalo. Now, I won't know. But above all, even the police themselves at the headquarters, they were not really aware even how I got to be allowed on the premises there and also be the one to service the student, run the hospital of the student. During the police events at the college there, we will also have his gazebo there. So it was known. It's not like in my case, I'm to be singled out as the only person who was communicating. Most of the generals there knew him, like any other person who is known not to be a criminal. I didn't know that he's a criminal person.
I'm sure South Africans should actually be concerned about that. Really, if our head office is actually frequented by criminals and our highest echelons of our crime prevention actually systems, they do not actually pay any particular attention to that situation, I would find that very, very troubling. Okay. Move to the dockets, the removal of our dockets. When you actually, outline your responsibility as one of your responsibilities as the Deputy National Commissioner, you said that you are responsible for all dockets in the country. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you're in your evidence in chief yesterday, you really bitterly, I don't know whether you were complaining or, but complaining about the dockets, the 121 dockets, which nothing had actually happened to them, some of them for 3 years, and so on. And my question is, what happened to Lieutenant General Sibiya? Why did you not pick that one up? Because that's your document. That's your docket. why has there been no activity in some of those dockets? And why have you not picked that one up?
I think it was also explained earlier, Chair, that the Political Killing Task Team reports to the project leader, who is General Khumalo, and only 5 people had to know about what is contained or going on in that thing, which is the Minister of Police, National Commissioner, the project leader, General Khumalo, General Mkhwanazi, and maybe General Lebeya if he's available. But no any other person can tell you about what is going on in the PKTT. So even when you have to inspect dockets, I don't even think those dockets will be inspected because it's a closed book.
Well, under normal circumstances, the management of a docket starts immediately after it's been registered. It's given to the detective who will actually investigate the crime. And then the commander of that detective has a duty to inspect that docket on a daily basis. And the station commander also has a duty to look into to all the dockets in his station. I would imagine every month. And the provincial commissioner as well must actually have a look at the progress of those dockets. Now, ultimately the national. Now, all of these people for the last 3 years have done nothing in those dockets. You know, where does it put us as the community, as South Africans, when we are going to have dockets lying out there and nobody pays any particular attention to them? Lieutenant General Sibiya is not there. The provincial commissioner is not there. The station commissioner is not there. The commander of the detectives are doing nothing about it. Where is the problem?
Chair, I still believe that the dockets of the PKTT were a closed subject. And nobody can or could actually access those dockets because they belong to the PKTT. The reason why it is kept as a closed grouping, nobody can access it. So it's not a question of why didn't we inspect such dockets? They are there and they are managed by PKTT, including General Mkhwanazi. If ever there's someone who was supposed to be asked that question, it's General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo.
Okay. The political interference in the operations of the police. I know you have actually answered that question regarding the WhatsApp message, which was directed to the deputy minister, where a reference was made to comrade, I quote unquote, comrade Matebula. But I have no problem with that. But I want to also look at the statement which was made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi under oath here, expressing a concern that the level of political interference in the activities of the police, especially at head office level, is concerning. And then he said it started in 2007 when senior managers, senior officers of the police attended a an elective conference of a particular party in Polokwane. When they came back from there, they came back as a divided force, and having gone there not to do any particular operation, but they were there as observers because they had their own even marquee. Then when they came back divided because of what happened in that conference. So much so that some of them became, organizers of political parties. There was a new party, COPE, which had actually been formed as a result of what happened there. So Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, shared with us that things then went haywire in Pretoria. Good. The situation that we are actually seeing now, not actually emanating from that situation in 2007.
Personally,
Because just now, coincidentally, Lieutenant General Sibiya is in Cape Town on the 8th of January, when a political party is on, activities. Not that I'm jealous about that. It's just that I have not seen General Mkhwanazi or General Sibiya in our activities. We are having an activity over this weekend in Gauteng, and I'm not sure whether I will see General Sibiya. I'm looking forward to seeing him. Do I still have my 10 minutes?
Honorable Ngongo, I want you to say to me, I'm left with 1 or 2 questions. How many questions are left?
2, Honorable Chair.
Including the one that you have just asked.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
May we run very quickly, General Sibiya, and respond. The honorable member has commented about their activity which is happening this weekend.
Chair, when General Mkhwanazi made this press briefing on the 6th of July, he spoke about political interference. In my mind, he was talking about the fact that there is interference in relation to the disbandment of the Political Killing Task Team. But to go back as far as 2007, go dig old things there and talk about 2011, the late Minister Mchunu, I find it unfortunate. And I don't really think we should be looking as far back as that, because that is history. That doesn't belong here in this platform. We can't be talking about political interference, talking about something of 20 years ago or 15 years ago. It's really a waste of time. However, when you talk about political interference, and he's talking about that, what the minister is doing in relation to the 121 dockets, this is where I think is relevant. And I still believe that the 121 docket is not as a result of political interference. It's a plan they made themselves to say this is what will happen, and it will disband in phases. And the first phase will be to take those dockets to the following. And whether this is political interference, the minister will come and account to this committee on that part.
The last question I have, Honorable Chair, is just a direct question. Do you believe in and respect the leadership and authority of the National Commissioner? Given the fact that firstly, there was that episode of defiance, which I had actually discussed with you. And secondly, in your closing remarks in your chief evidence, you are very scathing, you know, in your assessment of how he should have actually handled the whole matter of the disbandment of PKTT. And lastly, you are actually even alleging that he is actually very selective in the treatment of all of you in your office. There are people who are actually getting special attention, the likes of General Khumalo, for instance, because you mentioned him by name. Now, that is what prompts me to ask you whether you actually trust the National Commissioner, you have faith in his leadership and capabilities and so on. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, I have full confidence in the National Commissioner, and I still believe that the treatment is not the same. I am a disciplined member of the South African Police Service, and I subject myself to his authority. Where I am sitting, I have never defied the National Commissioner, not even once. Even in our meeting with the minister asked a question and he said, no. In my case, General Sibiya never did anything. He never defied me. Nobody can defy the National Commissioner. He's allowed. He will, the more you can take that chance, it will be your last day there. All of us, we know you will not defy the National Commissioner. His word is his word. I have never done. The last time I met with the National Commission, the relationship was good, perfect. That is why even when you look at the performance, my performance is 100%. And I can show you, Chair, from January this year, all the trips that we undertook with the National Commissioner, right up until the 4th of July, I've been working very close with him. So if I was rogue and the relationship was sour or there was no good relationship, it wouldn't have happened. But I've got documentary evidence that can take you through each and every day affairs where I was with the National Commission. He caused me to act, to chair the BOCs. He sent me to Parliament to represent him. He sent me to big meetings to go represent him. The Interpol conference that we all saw in Cape Town, that was happening here in Cape Town, I'm the one who arranged it and who presented it at every levels. Even though I was not there to enjoy the fruit of my hard work, but I am the one who did that job. So I'm just trying to say we worked very hard under the National Commission and we were pulling as a team. And the last, when there was a march by MK, possible march in KZN in support of General Mkhwanazi, the National Commissioner said I must be the one to go and receive the memorandum. He was sending me there. And I'm happy it didn't happen because I don't know what Honorable Nkosana was going to do to me there. So then it was stopped, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Mnwango and General Sibiya. The next honorable member is Honorable Sauls.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and General. Like I do with everyone, I want to reassure you that I have no bias. I would pose questions to you for issues of clarity. Some of my colleagues has covered a whole lot of things that I think there are clarity on it. So I will just focus on the things where I think I need clarity on. But I will treat you the same as others, other witnesses, and will take a position after the entire process is over. So let me start by saying thank you. As a patriotic South African, your rank, you as a police officer, thank you for your service. We're going to begin with a controversial issue that was raised in testimony, where General Mkhwanazi testified that members of crime intelligence has advanced equipment that can access people's WhatsApps and deleted messages. The question was posed to the National Commissioner, and in his testimony, he said he can't answer, he will refer that to his divisional commissioners. While you are a deputy divisional commissioner. So I'm going to pose the question to you. And does crime intelligence have advanced equipment to access people's WhatsApps?
Chair, it will be irresponsible of me to respond to that type of a question in the sense that I will be displaying out there the capacity and of the crime intelligence and the expertise the police have. So it's something that I cannot really account or say that because remember that if I say yes or no, the criminals out there will benefit from this response. So I think I must join the National Commissioner there to say, if the Divisional Commissioner want to say it, he will say it, but I doubt if he will do it.
Should this committee take the testimony of General Mkhwanazi then as fact or hearsay? Because the National Commissioner didn't deny it, he just said he's going to confirm with someone on your rank or your position. Should we consider it hearsay or fact?
At this point in time, Chair, on the issue of those type of equipment, whether they exist or not, it remains the secret of crime intelligence on how they fight crime. So it's not something I can really venture into.
Is there a possibility that such equipment does exist?
It's the same question that where we come from, Chair, that I cannot really respond to that type of a question, Chair. Out of respect as well, Chair, it's just a question that is not easy when you are a law enforcer.
There are allegations around that issue that such equipment does exist and it is an outsourced, it's outsourced equipment, and the outsourced company is a family member of a former minister. Is this allegation true?
Not that I'm aware of. I do know that there are private security companies that will have capacity over and above extra or ordinary policing, because there are powerful security companies there who some of them may be licensed, some of them may not be licensed, but they invest in technology, and some of them you'll find that they procure this equipment overseas, and you will have such a situation because the market is open.
Is that a yes?
It's a complicated one for me, Chair.
General, on security clearance, do you have security clearance?
Yes, I've got it here now.
Does General Mkhwanazi have security clearance?
I heard him saying he doesn't have it.
Does those who are investigating you have security clearance?
I don't think so.
In
Including
layman's,
the Western Cape Provincial Commissioner, he doesn't have it.
in layman's terms, explain what are the implications of investigating without security clearance.
Security clearance is not a requirement for an investigation, but if you are a senior manager who comes across or who is expected to deal with top secret document, depending on the level of classification, you are expected to have a top clearance, top security clearance. Because let's say, for instance, you are a provincial commissioner. You deal with matters that some of them are classified and highly classified. I cannot imagine if there's a top secret document that comes, that must be discussed. The provincial commissioner will say, hey, this one I can't work on. I don't have a top clearance certificate. I can't even read it. It must go somewhere. It is expected that all the provincial commissioners, they must have security clearance, top secret clearance certificate.
Does General Mkhwanazi access these type of top secret information without a security clearance?
Well, some of the things that he mentions, because General Khumalo reports to General Mkhwanazi, some of the things that he mentioned may tell me that he does have access as well.
Just hold it, the Honorable Souls, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Chair, I think the general, in responding to Honorable Sol, says General Khumalo reports to General Mkhwanazi. I think it's a bit tricky and a bit confusing because our understanding is that General Khumalo is the head of crime intelligence. General Mkhwanazi is the provincial commissioner. In terms of the line duty, I don't think it's supposed to be like that. I'm not sure. We're a bit confused by that, maybe if.
Yeah, not the general can clarify it.
The PKTT, I know the fact that it is, the project leader is General Khumalo. But the person who's fighting hard in this case is General Mkhwanazi, who says, I was not told, and the targets were taken without my permission. Now, General Khumalo had to account to General Mkhwanazi. So when it comes to the PKK, General Khumalo reports to General Mkhwanazi. That is why General Mkhwanazi is the one who's on his feet and fighting for this process. Hence, I'm saying he reports to him.
You want to make a follow-up?
Understood it. Is it the official reporting line duty or it's something else that is out of the ordinary?
Well, it's the official because it was done so officially. This is how it was designed, that he will report to General Khumalo. To General Mkhwanazi.
Okay. The member is satisfied. Before you proceed, Honorable Souls, did I also hear you saying that the head of the Western Cape also does not have a security clearance?
Yes.
When you say the head, you mean the provincial commissioner?
The provincial commissioner.
And who else apart from the two?
I don't know about the others.
These are the two that you know.
These ones I know because I have been involved with them, or they've been involved in my matters at least.
So the question that Honorable Souls asks you, and you respond by saying that yes, General Khumalo reports to General Mkhwanazi, so he may have access to this type of information. It may be happening elsewhere.
When I listen to General Mkhwanazi both at the commission, judicial commission, and here in the ad hoc. He will every now and then throw in what they are busy with and that they're about to effect arrest. And he talks about things of counterintelligence. He talks about things that come from the intelligence space. He talks about things that, just like Brown Mohosi will tell you about information that belongs in the intelligence space. But General Mkhwanazi will tell you about something that belongs in the intelligence space himself.
Yeah. When I ask this question, General, is to establish understanding whether a provincial commissioner like the one you have in the Western Cape or elsewhere in the Republic who does not have security clearance, is it possible that such incumbents may also have access to that information without them being cleared?
Yes, they do have access without them being cleared, because there's no way as a provincial commissioner you can run a province and you don't come across documents of a top secret nature. Whether you deal with issues of parliament, whether you deal with issues of a matter, a sensitive matter that is classified as top secret, as a provincial commissioner, you will deal with such a matter. I cannot believe that the whole 5 years will go without you having seen a single document that is classified as top secret, you being the provincial commissioner. But the bottom line is that they don't have security clearance.
That is the point that I wanted you to confirm. I'm handing back to Honorable Souls to continue.
Should this be allowed, General?
Not at all.
Who is the person allowing them to do this without clearance?
I think the accounting officer is the one who should actually ensure that all people that are appointed in terms of, or as the provincial commissioners or the top structure of the police should have top clearance certificate.
Who's the accounting officer that you're referring to?
It's the national commissioner.
General Mkhwanazi testified that the Premier Lesufi created a crime prevention unit that was illegal. Was it illegal?
I heard him when he was testifying that, and I do know that there's a matter that was actually discussed in one of the POCs. And as far as I'm concerned, it is not illegal, because if it was illegal, I don't think the president would allow the Premier to go and continue with something that is illegal, because this is crime fighting and these are enough boots on the ground. They are force multipliers. But in fact, I do know that he go in the meeting, he went to an extent of saying to the national commissioner, just say the word and I will effect arrest. Okay. And I can safely say that I raised it. The minutes are there. I did say, but you can't say you can arrest anybody there, because the bottom line is there's no way the Premier can implement something that was not authorized, because it is firstly job opportunity. Secondly, they play a major role in making sure that they fill up the street. Every corner you come across them, and there's crime prevention. And when you look at the resources and the capacity they are bringing in fighting crime in the city of Joburg, you will realize that the situation has changed, especially city center where crime was rife. It was rough to go downtown to be in the city, but since their appointment, they are working and crime has reduced significantly.
General, you just said in a meeting, I heard him say, just say the word, I will effect the arrest. Which meeting? who was in the meeting and who is he that you are referring to that said
was
he
a-
wants to arrest?
It was a Board of Commissioners meeting. And in that meeting, that's where he mentioned that because they were actually debating it, including legal, and legal was tasked to go and check whether are these people peace officers or not, and should they be existing or not, because the Constitution says there shall be only one police service. They were saying these people cannot be appointed because one moment you're going to have a situation now where you will have to, or you will be expected to convert them into police officials. So he was saying that these are illegally established. And then, since they are illegally established, he said, just say the word, one word, I will go arrest. So when he says, just say the word, I'll go arrest, I don't know whether he was meaning he will go arrest the premier or he will go arrest all of them. But I guess the minutes of the meeting are there to say it.
Who's he?
General Mkhwanazi.
So General Mkhwanazi, in a meeting discussing this, says to the National Commissioner that he should just give the word and he'll go arrest.
Yes.
And what stopped, or did the arrest happen? What stopped?
No, it couldn't happen because the legal services was assigned to go and check the statute, the law, what the law says, can these people be regarded as peace officers? And I think it was ultimately done where they were sworn in as peace officers.
So there are.
Okay, Honorable Souls. May I take you, Honorable Sangwen?
Sorry, just a clarity seeking question. General, which meeting are you referring to? And am I hearing you correctly that the KZN commissioner said he would arrest in Gauteng?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, which meeting?
It was a POC meeting, if I remember very well, but it was a meeting at the college where it was provincial commissioners and other senior officials.
Are you satisfied, Honorable Member? Thanks very much, Honorable Souls. You may proceed.
So General, there are occasions then where General Mkhwanazi asks of the National Commissioner first whether he can effect an arrest, or informs the National Commissioner before he effects an arrest.
He was not informing him before he can effect arrest. He was just saying, just say the word and I'll effect arrest.
But I'm trying to establish the type of relationship that he would say before he goes and arrest. He would inform or ask.
He would, and he should, because remember he's from KZN, he's not from Gauteng. So whatever that he does in Gauteng, it should be with the permission and the knowledge of the National Commission.
I'm asking that because yesterday, not yesterday, when I interrogated the National Commissioner and asked this question on the search and seizure or the arrest for yourself, the National Commissioner said he didn't know about that, or that he doesn't know about arrests. So you saying that it's protocol to inform him?
Yes, to say he didn't know, we'll never buy into that.
Where was the members from who went to your house to arrest you, but ended up just seizing property?
All of them from KZN.
Who sent them?
I know it's General Mkhwanazi, because people like Brigadier Kunene, the members that I was investigating this case of AKA with, they were there as well. So it's all a team from KZN.
So based
which
on
is
what,
unfortunate, though.
So based on what you just told me,
General, you were saying the team that came to your house is coming from KZN.
That is correct, Chair.
May proceed, Honorable Source.
So General, based on what you just told me about the National Commission knowing or not knowing, are you saying with that General Mkhwanazi, as you claim, was the one who sent the members, would have told the National Commissioner of such a arrest or search and seizure?
That is correct.
Let's go into the possibility of factions within the ranks, because that's something that we have dealt with. General Mkhwanazi testified that you are a baby in rank in comparison to him. What is your rank?
I'm a Deputy National Commissioner and I'm a senior to him.
What is your rank?
I'm a Lieutenant General and a Deputy National Commissioner.
What is General Mkhwanazi's rank?
He's a Lieutenant General, a Provincial Commissioner.
General, in layman's terms, explain to us the protocols on how you become a Lieutenant General.
As you grow up the ranks, you become a Major General. And then you will have a cross sword and 2 stars. Then you become a Lieutenant General with 3 stars. Then you become a National Commissioner, 1 General with 4 stars. So you become a general, a Lieutenant General. All generals, major generals that are entering or stepping into the general rank are major generals, which is the lower rank of being in the general space. Then when you get promoted, you become a Lieutenant General. Then when you become promoted more, either you become a Deputy National Commissioner or the General himself, the National Commissioner. So, let's understand from this point, when General Mkhwanazi was appointed as when he was appointed as the Major General, I was already a general. And then in 2 months, 3 months into his newly appointed position, he was appointed as the acting National Commissioner, which could not happen. And even when he walked into the door, the Lieutenant Generals and Deputy National Commissioner could not even stand up to salute because this is their junior. But for him to be considered and really be put in a position to can act, overnight he was then promoted to become a Lieutenant General. I guess others were saying he's a baby, but he became that Lieutenant General, and he was then able to act as a National Commissioner. He has since then become the Lieutenant General over the period of time.
In 2011, that is when this happened, right? Where he was appointed the acting National Commissioner. And you are saying that there wasn't a normal process of him going from Major General to Lieutenant General. It was merely because he was appointed acting National Commissioner, and that's how he got the rank.
Yes,
Lieutenant General.
It compelled the then president to really also overnight bring him up quickly because he could not become acting from Major General.
According to the General Mkhwanazi's testimony in the Judicial Commission section, page 9, at section 15.3, he was section head in 2011. From 2025 to 2011, he was section head, special task force. And then in 2011, he was component head for specialized operations for 7 months only in 2011. What is the difference between section head and component head?
A component head, you are in charge of the whole component, and the whole component it will have different sections. It will have a section that deals with fleet, a section that deals with Amari. I'm giving you an example. It will have a section that deals with, I don't know their structure within task force, but the sections, section heads are under a component head. Component head is one leader who is running the whole component. In my case, I have component heads. Having component heads, serious and violent detectives, CSI, you will have organized crime, you will have commercial crime, but under commercial crime now, then you will have section head of the different roles. The one will be cybercrime section head. The one will be, let's say, section head that deals with counterfeit goods. Section head that deals with this. So the difference between section head and a component head is that component head is above a section.
So he gets this bigger position that he only stays in 7 months and then gets to become the acting national commissioner in 2011.
Yes.
So from a junior to the most senior,
Yes.
basically.
Yes.
Are you aware that General Masemola was the deputy provincial commissioner until 2010, and in 2010 was then transferred to Pretoria? You aware?
I am aware, not that much of his career, but I know that he was here and then as a deputy national commissioner, and then from there removed as a deputy national commissioner, made a provincial commissioner in Limpopo, and then later come back again up until when he was appointed as the national commissioner.
So a year later, General Mkhwanazi becomes acting national commissioner. Do they now work at the same place? The now national commissioner and General Mkhwanazi now works at the same place in 2011.
Now the national commissioner is the national commissioner of the police at head office. This is where General Mkhwanazi was. But after General Mkhwanazi was removed, he was replaced by General Ria Pierre. And then after General Ria Pierre, another national commissioner followed.
Okay. So now in 2012, months after General Mkhwanazi is acting national commissioner in 2012, are you aware that he then gives or appoints General Masemola now as Deputy National Commissioner Operations? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
So General Mkhwanazi does that before he leaves?
I think so, I'm not sure.
Is there anybody else that got promoted apart from General Masemola?
Promoted as what?
Anybody else that was appointed as acting national commissioner that General Mkhwanazi appointed, or was it just that appointment of General Masemola?
No, since General Masemola was appointed as a national commissioner, he's still a national commissioner.
No, when General Mkhwanazi was the acting, he appointed General Masemola as the deputy national commissioner for operations. Is there any other people during that time that General Mkhwanazi appointed into positions except for General Masemola?
I'm not so sure, Chair. I'm gonna make mistakes in that because I was not part of that.
Then in 2018, of course, General Mkhwanazi becomes acting provincial commissioner, and in April 2021, he becomes full provincial commissioner of KZN. 2022, General Masemola becomes the national commissioner in 2022. And then in the same year, are you aware that he then appoints General Khumalo in 2022 as the divisional head for crime intelligence?
Yes.
Please state for the record.
Yes, I'm quite aware that the General Khumalo was appointed as the divisional commissioner somewhere around about 2022. I don't have his CV and I may not be accurate.
So, General, as a trained investigator, would you say this is a pattern of friends promoting each other?
That is not for me really to say at this point in time, Chair.
You testified earlier that there are cliques and it creates an unhealthy working environment. Who are you referring to when you say there are cliques?
Personally, at this point in time, when I'm facing, I'm sure the whole world can see that I'm faced with a situation where it is General Khumalo, General Masemola, General Patekile, and General Khumalo. I'm in a situation now and overwhelmed by a lot of processes at the same time with a view to push me out. So you will see that General Mkhwanazi, in fact, for me to have been removed, it was just planned that General Mkhwanazi will go make a press conference, and then out of that press conference, I'll be calling him and I'll be suspending him. And then I get suspended, and after I get suspended, then General Patekile comes, he clears General Khumalo from the investigations that they were arrested for, and then in my case, General Khumalo conduct a short investigation and then recommend that I be charged, and then from there, I expect anything in this case that will happen. But the bottom line is there is a clear focus by a group of people that are focusing on making sure that I am out of the system.
General Mkhwanazi testified that the docket was taken, and I know you already testified on that, that's why I don't want to go in detail with it. But then when it was discovered that the docket does not contain anything about Gauteng, and then the docket was sent back, and then General Khumalo was targeted because of interference to stop the arrests in Gauteng, and they place you at the center of that. Are you interfering, General, with investigations and arrests in Gauteng?
I wish he can tell me where have I interfered. Whether it spoke about Katiso Molefe, what was my role, where did I interfere? Whether it talks about Ket Nhlanhla, where did I interfere? Whether it talks about Mr. Swart, what did I do, where did I interfere? Because I've never been involved in all of those things. Other than when we talk, let's say for an example, the kidnapping story. I've always been the one talking about the kidnapping of Mr. Jerubo Shua. I spoke about it even in the police summit. I spoke about it when we were with the DPCI experts, the people that know how to investigate the electronics. I spoke I called all the teams together, even as we speak. I know General Mkhwanazi did make mention of the fact that the mother of Jerubo Shua contacted him, but I can also say that I was contacted by the brother-in-law of Jerry Boshoga who came, who's the brother to the wife of Jerry Boshoga, who came to me, and he works for the presidency. He came to my office and said, please, General, assist. I called all the experts. Even today, the family is happy with this investigation in terms of the progress. I do have a progress report in terms of this thing, because the team that is there, that is investigating, they are doing everything in their power, and they are working with the family. They are taking the family into confidence. Every piece of feedback is given to the family. So I just want to indicate to South Africans that even this thing of Jerry Boshoga, I try my best to contribute, leading towards my retirement, to work hard. I cannot spend 37 years in the police to only to come and mess up my career towards 2 years later at the door out, and then I mess everything up. I can't do that, but thanks a lot, Chair.
I have two more questions, Chair. General, you said that the PKTT is doing a good job, but they can do better. Please explain what you mean by a good job that they are doing and what you mean by they can do better.
When I'm sitting with the 121 doggers that I'm sitting with now, that shows that doggers that had been sitting gathering dust for almost since 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2023, 80% of those doggers. It tells me that no work was done. They can do better. That's number one. Number two, if they were saying to me that these political killings that are taking place in the country, in the whole country, they are hard at work and they are arresting all these people throughout the country, but that is not the case. That is why it's called a KZN team. Otherwise, it's not supposed to be a KZN team. If there's a political killing task team, let it be a national task team, and it shouldn't be managed from KZN. If it is to manage for the whole country, rather appoint and put it in the system, whether you're making the unit or what, but let it be a proper unit that is in the structure and that is taking care of the political killings throughout the country, so that the whole country benefit, not fighting that there's a PKTT in KZN. Every now and then we apply for budget, millions to go down there that are being managed down there by General Mkhwanazi and General Kumalo. That is an unacceptable situation.
Is the top structure of the South African Police Service divided?
In my case, I will say, because of the fact that I know the feeling about me, I can't sit here and defend the management and say they are not divided. Here am I find myself outside. Here am I find myself resources of the state being used against me. And here am I find myself overwhelmed by many processes at the same time that takes money away from me, and the security of my family also compromised.
General, as I close, those divisions, it's not just costing you, it's costing 65 million South Africans. It is putting us at risk, and we all depend on you to keep us safe. We have questions about where is Jocelyn, Nathaniel, Julius, and many other cases. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I hope that, as you said, you are divided. I put it to you. The core reason why crime is at the level that it is, apart from what we are investigating now, but at the core, it's because you guys at the head is divided. If you're going to fix anything, fix that for the sake of South Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sols. Thank you, General Sibiya. Honorable Vessels, are you ready?
I am. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, General.
Evening.
Let me start where you left off just now. And throughout the proceedings, you've identified certain issues that you have with the PKTT. Certain challenges, exorbitant costs, inefficiencies, wrongdoing, even corruption. Are those concerns new? Or did you have those concerns prior to the 31st of December 2024?
They have been there, but they needed an approach to be able to address, because this is a closed space.
Did you ever voice those concerns prior to the 31st of December?
I haven't really voiced them out in a sense of the way they're saying, but why is this thing happening? Why is this happening? But from where we are sitting, each time you get a complaint from forensics that says, General, can I have my two forensic experts back, because we need them in the forensic space. Otherwise, if they are not in the forensic space, it's a very serious problem, because it compromises our information. It compromises the independence. And if you are to go and testify, and then those members that are with them, the credibility of the investigation cannot be trusted should they get a powerful defense counsel. So the component that will come and say, no, if we are a forensic and science laboratory, our results must be trusted in such a way that when they say exhibits were taken, sealed, maintain continuity chain of possession up until they were handed in. And this is the process that has been followed to examine those. And then this is how we did it, expert evidence, and then process. The system is loaded, and then the response is there. So you must have a legitimate process that is running, rather than having a situation where you've got a team that has got everyone in place. In other words, whatever that we do, if we tell you that, no, we want this result to be positive, then you can come up with a plan that will cause this result to be positive.
But you never voiced that to the minister.
No.
Let's move on. Is it fair to say that on your version, there's a pattern that wherever you are employed, you fall victim to conspiracies to get rid of you, to discredit you? Would you say that's fair?
My job is to investigate, and so I don't expect anybody to love me. I investigate, and I investigate hard. And then when you can see, you can go to the city of Joburg, and then they will tell you that I uncovered over 45 billion. And when I investigate, I got there, and then they were less than 17, and when I left there, they were more than 84 staff complements. And we employed experts from the police, from organized crime, people that I work with in organized crime. We were working on the hijacked properties. We were working from state security. I bring a lot of expertise. I even employ the prosecutors from prosecution and say, as we investigate, before a case goes to court, look at this case, satisfy yourself that it satisfies all the elements of case. Are we ready to go to court? And if it's in court, fight for this case in court so that we don't lose it. So when I work hard and I investigate hard in such a way that I'm not surprised. Whatever that I do, I push. So I understand where the honorable members coming from and say, don't you think you are the naughty one, because there's a pattern that we see here. In the city of Joburg, they were complaining about you. Now here in the police, they are complaining about you. But before I left, I was working hard still. That's why they gave me the Richard Mkhwanazi matter that I ended up also arresting.
But why now? I understand the Hawks, when you were there, I understand, and you explained that yesterday, I understand City of Johannesburg, as you now said. But why now, as Deputy National Commissioner, would there be such a conspiracy against you?
Now it's a very serious and it's a worrying situation because I know I've applied for the position of the Hawks. And instead I was looking forward to going to participate in the interviews. And unfortunately for me, then it happens that General Khumalo got arrested. And for some reasons, it was like I'm involved or I know what led to that, or I'm working with either the minister or with the IG. Nothing, I don't know. No, I understand that you are not involved. You could not have been involved because employing someone there is what they did among themselves. You are not involved. But as far as I'm concerned, somebody said to the National Commissioner, I want his job. I had to, my bishop, Bishop Nkabinde, he said, you will need to assure him that you are not really after his job. Assure him. And I wrote the National Commissioner a long message and he responded. Now, here's someone who said to the National Commissioner, Sibiya is lobbying for your position. I've never lobbied anybody that I want to become the National Commissioner. Secondly, I applied for the position of the Hawks. I am the longest serving member in the Hawks. All the provincial heads of the Hawks, all of them, in fact, worked under me. So I worked with General Lebeya, General Dramat. I started with the Scorpions, and all of them, I've worked with them. So I'm just saying, I was the one looking forward to, but unfortunately they had to make sure that it doesn't happen by smearing my name, pulling my name apart on social media and suspending me, loading me with criminal cases. This is the situation in which I find myself at this point in time.
When Brown Mkhwanazi phoned you and warned you that there's people that's doing this to you, that's trying to get rid of you, was that after you already applied for the position at the Hawks?
No, the discussion around the possibility of the position of the Hawks becoming vacant started long before the advert. The advert was on the 21st of February, but the discussions, when it became clear that General Lebeya will be retiring somewhere around May, the media started asking questions. They will just throw a question in the middle of an interview, whatever interview, whether it's about extortions or whether it's about anything that you are there to, are we becoming a mafia state or whatever, then those interviews that you attend, then from the General Sibiya, okay, General Lebeya will be leaving, what is next? Where do you see yourself next? Are you going to apply for the position? Yes, I'm going to apply for the position. Then the next thing you see the headline, General Sibiya has thrown his head into the ring. And then the next thing, so it goes. And as it goes, there are those that are determined to make sure that you will not get there. And that is why I'm facing the situation, overwhelming situation that is saying he will not get there. And they're doing everything in their power to push me out.
Yeah, but when Mkhwanazi warned you, this did not happen. So there was another reason why people were after you, were conspiring, were involved in this conspiracy and discreditation. But let me ask you, when he warned you, did he tell you who the people are that's after you?
He said it's crime intelligence.
Okay.
And even when I got to be released, fired the first time, it was crime intelligence. Even now, the challenges that I'm facing is crime intelligence.
He said to you that you're being followed, that they're listening in. Did you tell the National Commissioner this?
I did, because remember one morning I went to him and I said, NASCOM, they said I shouldn't go to work because I'm going to be arrested. But I can't hide, I'm here. What did I do? And he said, he denied it. He said, no, I know nothing. I will sit with the National Commissioner and he will leave me in a meeting and say, continue with the meeting, continue chairing this meeting. And when I knock off, I will hear that, hey, the National Commissioner was, and Kumalo, they were here going to apply for the warrant of your arrest. I said, how? I was with the National Commission in the meeting. He left me to continue with the meeting. And the next thing I got to hear that he was here applying for the warrant of arrest. People have been to Mpumalanga to almost every day, to an extent that they've been always going to also Mr. Nhlanhla saying that just give us Sibiya. Give us Sibiya, will even withdraw your case that you have been arrested for of this Ms. Tobejani. Now I'm told that they are using my colleagues. They are using my colleagues to see if they can get some witnesses there. I do know about those things. They get to me. But what I want to say is that I will wait for my time to take the fight, maybe to outside the police. But it is so unfortunate that I wish it did not happen, and it could not happen because one is just left with 2 years basically to exit.
Just hold it there, honorable vessels. General, you say that Mr. Mkhwanazi told you that the people behind you are crime intelligence, and that even the difficulties that you currently face is crime intelligence. So are you saying that the things that he told you are now happening?
This is correct. That is correct.
You may proceed, honorable vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I can take you to paragraph 78 of your statement, and I just want, the question has been asked today a lot about the January 8. But in your statement, you say that you were in Cape Town around January for the January 8 gala dinner event. In your testimony yesterday and today, you referred to operations that you did for this event. Can I just get clarity? Did you attend the gala dinner event?
No. As the South African Police Service, all major events, we always make sure that we are there and we put all security measures in place. We are led by the NAT joints, and the NAT joint, which is chaired by another Lieutenant General, Deputy National Commissioner Musikidi, but it is the one that leads these operations. So we get deployed. So we come here just to make sure that the environment is safe, no crime is committed, and that everything will go well. So we are here on official capacity, not to the gala dinner. I've never been to the gala dinner as well.
So it's just an oversight in the statement to only reflect on the gala dinner event and not on the stadium event, because even though it doesn't really make sense, but that makes more sense than the gala dinner.
No, I've never said or spoken about the gala dinner. I've never been to the gala dinner.
Okay. Then the rest of that paragraph, you reflect that you met Mkhwanazi a month before your consultation with the evidence leaders. That's after 6 July, obviously, and it's after the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi that links you to Mkhwanazi. You then say that he came to where you were, greeted, and he left. Are you saying that you didn't at all have a discussion about the allegations that are being made?
No, he came and he was greeting, and then from there he he left. I was busy with the lawyers. There was no time to really spend time with him and chat, because the lawyers who were preparing the documents for my, I think it was my disciplinary in court. But to me, there was nothing wrong in just greeting.
I understand that, General, but there's these serious allegations linking you to him, and undue influence and so forth. You said that why you keep the lines of communication open with him is to gather information from him. Here you have an opportunity, an encounter with him. There's allegations made, it's in the public realm, but you don't utilize the opportunity to ask him what his version is.
What I can say, Chair, is that not that it didn't click my mind and say, but why don't you stop talking to this person, because already there are allegations about me. But you also have a situation where you say, but anyway, I've been talking to this person, and why avoid this person at this point in time? Because if this person gives me information that I think will help me at some point, let me remain with the line open than anything else.
Did you ever talk to him about the BKTT?
No.
Did you ever talk to him about or did he talk to you about the search and access and seizure that took place at Nhlanhla's residence?
No.
Okay. Do you know Edwin Sodi?
Yes.
Have you met him?
Yes.
What's your relationship with him?
I know him as a businessman, and I know him as a businessman remember when you operate in Sandton, Sandton is not big. You will know people who have complained to you. At some point, he complained to our office. Remember, I was going through some time where he opened a case, his watches were taken, there was a break-in at his house. So that's how I got to know him.
Can you recall when last you had communication with him?
I don't recall when it was there, when it was, yes.
You've testified on that you received a call from General Mkhwanazi on the 4th of July inquiring if you are going to be in Durban that weekend of the 5th. Just remind us, why were you in Durban on the 5th of July?
I was attending an event.
That event is the Durban July?
Yes.
On whose invitation did you attend the Durban July?
On invitation by the race course.
Okay. Who paid for your travel and accommodation?
I paid.
Have you ever received any gifts from Brown Mkhwanazi?
No.
Has he ever paid for anything that you've benefited from?
No.
Lunch, dinner, breakfast?
No.
You said you met him the first time when you were here with January 8th that we reflected on now at the Southern Sun Hotel, but later you also spoke about Camps Bay. Which one is it?
I heard that at some point, I don't know whether it is in the messages where they say he was talking to someone saying General Sibiya is at Camps Bay. When Brown Mkhwanazi was in Cape Town, he met me once at breakfast time when I was eating breakfast. He came to where I was, and from there, nothing. In Camps Bay, it was myself and the two protectors. One is the guy that I came up with from Gauteng, and one was a colleague from here in Western Cape. We went to eat there.
Ever received any gifts from Nhlanhla?
Not at all.
He ever pay for anything?
Not at all.
Let me conclude. General, thank you. One last question. If you say the motive that is put forward for why the political task team, why there was this urgency to disband the political killings task team, you know that version. You deny, you refute that version. You say that that's not true. But why do you think there's this concerted effort to then, by the National Commissioner, by General Mkhwanazi, to put forward this version that everything is linked to criminal syndicates? What is the motive to do that?
I think it is very wrong to really try to assign this thing to or to link it to a criminal syndicate, because even when this thing started, it never had anything to do with criminal syndicate. But I think someone found a reason to say, but how can we link this thing to this criminal syndicate to look like, oh, that is the motive why this thing is happening. But I can safely tell you that it has got nothing to do with any criminal syndicate. Because if there is any criminal syndicate, people must be arrested. All I know is that unless we knew when Professor Meridi has received that complaint at that time, the correspondence that came all along in relation to the same political killing, leading to the correspondence that was signed by the CFO, say this must be closed, leading to all the presentations before Parliament, where even General Kumalo himself was presenting and saying, this has achieved its purpose and it can be used for benchmarking, and that is going to now be taken to murder and robbery unit. Work study investigations conducted that says task teams are a waste of money. They work in silos. They are uncontrolled and they last for too long, and people leave the dockets unattended. So there's a whole lot of chain of arrangements that were made, put in place to dissolve that all the task teams and to replace them with specialized units, so that we can capacitate the specialized unit and make them as prolific as possible in such a way that we will be able to fight crime at any level in each and every province, not only in KZN.
But in your opinion, what would the motivation be to say the contrary, to say that the political killings task team should remain?
Can you please repeat the question?
What's the motivation, according to you, of someone like General Mkhwanazi to say that the political killings task team must remain, must not be winded down?
I want to say, I want to strongly believe that the budget that goes with it is the one that is a cause for concern or a problem for General Mkhwanazi. Because let's say you want to remain and continue with the political killing team. Take the whole team and put it into a murder and robbery unit and let them continue working as normal as possible, without you having to apply for 94 million or 74 million budget. Let them, remember they're earning salary every day. Take them as they are, put them under make them a murder and robbery unit, and then continue fighting crime the same way you've been fighting crime. Take the other money, put the resources into fighting gangsterism and drugs in the gang-infested areas. Now, for an example, there was a move to establish the political killing task team in Gauteng. Take for the past 3 years, how many political killings did we have in Gauteng? Maybe one. In Gauteng, they scrambled around to try and find one they can, for you to be able to make a number and say, we have this matter, with this matter, with this matter, with that matter, that matter. We don't have. Why establish a political killing task team in Gauteng when you don't have such? Why don't you rather than make sure that you beef up when it comes to gangsterism? You occupy Westbury and El Dorado and all those locations, or you deal with your drugs, your firearms.
Is there a possibility that there's a distrust of you, your division, which is in control of crime detection, with all the investigators falling under you, all the detectives, that this unit must be protected because you don't actually interfere there? And we've seen that in your core bundle, that when you talk to units and provinces about dockets, you don't include the Political Killings Task Team. And we've established that last night. So don't you think with these members that are then used to send to Nhlanhla, for instance, to do that operation, to get a successful arrest, that's the reason why this unit is protected, because there's a fear that you would interfere if it's part of murder and robbery, and that you'll interfere in those type of ongoing investigations?
It's very absurd that that is the situation, because I have sent a team in Richards Bay and Imanguzi, because the locals said they say they don't trust the locals. I've sent the team to Lusikisiki or to Umtata, where we're going to intervene because they don't trust the locals there. I've sent the team to Doranginza, where they say there is a group of ex-criminals that form a forum there. Before you open a case, you must go and report to them, and they will give you permission to go, for you to go and open a case. I have intervened in all those respective areas. So the fact that there's a team that come from KZN to say they are coming here to intervene in a case here, you leave KZN on autopilot, you spend your time here saying you are fighting organized crime. There's organized crime everywhere, including where you coming from in KZN. You're living a lot there. All the hitmen are coming from KZN. You're leaving them there. You're trying to come and fight something here in Gauteng. It's the same. So crime is crime everywhere.
Thank you. One last question, General. You said that you did not send that WhatsApp message to the Deputy Minister, and you specifically referred to the fact that you'd never use language like comrade and so forth. But the content of the message that reflects on supply chain management procedures that were not followed at crime intelligence to procure spy equipment of 30 million rand. Did you know of that supply chain management situation? Did you bring it to the attention of a Deputy Minister or anybody else?
I don't know about the information. If ever it's an information that I sent, it should be the information that I shall have forwarded, not an information that I type, because I don't use the language that says comrade or Keda or comrade Matewula. I don't know that person.
But did you know about the 13 million rand?
No, that I don't remember that.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable vessels, thank you so much. And once again, General, thank you. We have aimed to take 2 more speakers before we break, and by all indications, we are going to take one. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, G. General, do you think you've reached your expiry date within SAPS?
It's a painful statement, Honorable James.
It's a question.
What is the question, Honorable James?
Do you think you've reached your expiry date with all the toxicity within SAPS, within this department?
You are asking the witness.
Yes.
May you please rephrase it?
Excuse me, Chief?
Rephrase it.
Do you think with everything that is currently happening within the environment that you are meant to serve and protect, you have reached, you said you are overwhelmed with everything that is going on?
I'm overwhelmed, but I still believe that I have a contribution to make still. And then given an opportunity by the people of South Africa and the leadership of the country, given an opportunity, I still have time.
Okay. General, yesterday, another shocking revelation was made when you said that over 6,000 dockets within SAPS has gone missing. 6,000 dockets of murder, 6,000 dockets of rape has just gone missing, it's vanished. Of those 6,000 dockets, what percentage of those dockets do we have people, inmates right now? It is costing South Africans 463 Rand per day. You mentioned yesterday that those cases, those people are going to court and back, and they don't know where the dockets are. And this is why I asked, do you think you've reached your expiry date? Can you elaborate on what you told us yesterday with regards to dockets just being missing?
Honorable James, honestly speaking, I wouldn't say they are just missing. I'm saying as the head of detectives, I have a system that is still open. Dockets are not closed. It is my job to trace those dockets where they are, so that the system can be updated. I never said dockets are missing, they are gone, nobody knows where they are. But in what I was trying to demonstrate here was that it shouldn't be that when I said I want to know where the cold cases are, so that I can account for them, then the National Commissioner will say, I wanted the cold case murders because of the Senzo Mchunu case, which is unfortunate. But I have cases that are at IPIT, I have cases that are at DPCI, I have cases that are at ORS, and those cases remain open in the system. I don't say they are missing, they are open in the system. Now, my job is to say, bring all those cases, let us update the system, and let us make sure that the system is updated and the performance of the detectives will improve. Whilst on the other hand, I'm recommending that let the DPCI have their own SAP S6 so that they can be audited on their own and account for their own dockets. Let us have IPIT having its own SAP 6 so that it can also account for its own workload. That is what I was meaning, Honorable Member.
General, you clearly said yesterday that the dockets are unaccounted for, and this is why we have cases being remanded repeatedly. That is what you said, but I'm going to accept your response for now. General, what is your definition of an activist?
An activist is a person who is actually an activist is a person who's I'm looking for the right English word, Chair, who is actually no, it's not a difficult word. It's just this word that is disappearing in my mind. But an activist is a person who is actually not lobbying, but standing for a particular rights and then
Championing.
Yeah, maybe it's the right word, championing for a particular, it can be an activist to fight for the drugs, or it can be for the politics, for politicians, or for whatever maybe
environment
movement you want to support.
General, you said you described Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi as an activist. What is the cause that he stands for?
He's a politician there in Mahike.
A politician for which party?
I think it's the African National Congress.
General, you said that you Googled him despite having access and capacity to properly profile him. Why would you take to Google and not profile him?
I just Googled him to want to know who's this Mkhwanazi, and I listened to one of his videos. I didn't profile him.
So someone comes to you and tells you that there's a plot against you, you don't profile him as being the head of crime intelligence, you just Google him.
Yeah, just check who it is, and then from there.
So your evidence is that you accepted several calls and correspondence from Mkhwanazi, each time receiving further information from him without once verifying who he was or identifying where his information originated from.
Can you please repeat, Honorable Member?
In your testimony, General, you said that you know him maybe 5 times less, but you also said that you have accepted several calls and correspondence from Mkhwanazi, each time receiving further information from him without once verifying who he really was or identifying where his information originated from.
Oh, I mean, I saw the man is from Northwest, and this is the man that is also on TV. I didn't need to profile him.
Okay, I put it to you that this leaves us with 2 possibilities. Either you were negligent in your duties, or your relationship with Mr. Mkhwanazi went far beyond what you are telling this committee today. Because you said to us maybe 5 times less. So which is it? Were you negligent, or do you actually have a relationship with Mr. Mkhwanazi?
If you remember very well, committee members, I said I met Brown twice.
General, you also state that you were here for and I know my colleagues has asked this, what was the grading, the risk grading for the January 8th event in the Western Cape? What was the risk grading as per JOC?
It's something that I may not respond accurately, but it was obviously high. So the risk grading, I don't deal with the risk grading, but all I know is that it's a major event, and it being a major event, it warrants that the NAJON should take charge of this type of environment, and that is what happened.
Okay, if you are here to ensure that everything's going off smoothly in terms of compliance and safety, surely you should have access to the JOC file.
No, I have access to the JOC. I'm part of them. I am part as the JOC. We sit at the JOC and we monitor the situation.
But you don't know what the risk grading was, because the risk grading will warrant who needs to be there in terms of safety. What I'm trying to get to is the fact that the entire executive, all the senior members within SAPS converged upon the Western Cape during that time, something that is unheard of for any other political party. And you said that this is done for all major events. You said that the same is done. I'm not sure if you said that. Has this ever been done for EFF, DA, MK, or even Action SA? And you also say that it's not the first time that you do this.
Chair, I think that's a political statement that must be attended to. It can be answered by the National Commissioner, perhaps not me.
Okay, that is accepted.
You are not going to answer that?
No, I think it's a political statement. I don't want to.
You could tell us, this committee, that you do it every year annually. You all show up because it's a very important event. Now that I pose a question to you, you say you are unable to answer.
I don't say I'm unable to answer per se, but I feel that it's a political statement, because I have had situations where I know that there's deployment made even in all the stadiums, because the police are expected to participate in all the stadiums where there are major event of political parties, just to make sure that there's proper control and proper systems put in place, even in terms of traffic, directing traffic in such a way that there's not going to be stampede. Even at the stadium, the normal soccer stadium, you will have such deployments as well.
No, General, the traffic is a responsibility of JMPD as per the JOC. application. Everyone has a role to play,
They are
not
part-
SAPS.
No, they are part of the SAPS deployment.
General, you mentioned yesterday, today again, you mentioned Eldorado Park, Westbury, Cape Flats, what is unfolding. You actually said that, you know what? The same resources that was allocated to PKTT could be deployed to these communities. What have you done since you have recognized that these communities deserve better, they deserve a net joint operation? What have you done in your personal capacity when you've received all of these videos? What operation did you propose? What presentation did you make to sort of launch an operation in any of these communities? Since you mentioned it.
We've employed a brigadier that is dealing with gangsterism at head office to make sure that they put a team together to attend to this. And I personally have been there with some of the senior managers, and then we have ensured that there are people that are arrested, and many people have been arrested as well in relation to what was happening in those areas. But I still believe that more could be done.
I'm asking if you've put through any presentation or made any recommendations for an operation such as PKTT, because you kept on referencing these communities. And it's almost like you wanted to say there's no use for PKTT. You can much rather have a similar operation like this in the Western Cape or in one of these hard-hit communities. So I'm saying, since you have said that, we know a lot has been done, a lot of nothing has been done. But I'm asking you, since you have recognized the fact that there's an issue here, have you made any presentations or recommendations to the National Commissioner saying this is what we can do in these areas?
There is a discussion that I had with the National Commissioner in order to deploy in the gang-infested areas. And that presentation, that discussion with the National Commissioner, it was on the 28th of January. We did have such a presentation where we were agreeing that we need to deploy in areas like Bembe, like Eldorado Park, Westbury, Cape Town, but we did have such a discussion with the National Commissioner because this is something that was discussed.
General, you say that you've gone through those dockets that you had no business fetching because it wasn't as per national instruction when it comes to inspection of dockets, because usually, as we know, when we have these special operations, you usually go to the station within the province, as per my experience with the many operations that we've had in Eldorado Park. And if you want to conduct sort of and do oversight and inspection at the dockets, you send an instruction to the provincial commissioner as well as the station, and all those dockets then get brought forward, and then they go out there and they inspect those dockets there. So I'm not sure why the dockets had to be moved. But anyway, I also want to ask, am I correct in saying that when one studies the relevant statistics relating to the work of the PKTT, it appears that its efforts were in fact guided by the need to address a certain political party's internal factional battles in KZN that has led to recruiting murders? It was a political party, it was infighting, because if I look at all the many murders and the case dockets and the types, who are from which political party, I can only pick up one political party, maybe two. Out of all of those political killings, it is only members, mainly of one political party. Am I correct?
No, Councillor.
I'm not a councillor, sir.
My apology. It's just because I'm used to that part, but
I was never a councillor.
Honorable Member,
Thank you.
I apologize.
The apology is
Accepted.
General, just a moment, Honorable James, may we please take Honorable Nhlanhla?
No, Chair, thanks. Just to remind the Ad-hoc that there is evidence under oath from the main witness that has confirmed the political demographics in terms of the many political parties affected. Two, Chair, I don't think also it's quite relevant to the terms of reference to always want to be partisan in our approach. Thank you very much. It's a sensitive security matter that we need to be very careful about. Thank you very much, Chair.
Oh, okay. Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. We must not have the record with incorrect information.
Chair, the main witness was very clear that the majority of cases related to political killings are related to the African National Congress. And he was very, very clear about that. So we're not going to mislead here. He mentioned that there was maybe one or two from other political parties, but the majority, he was very clear. It was even your ANC Minister, President Cyril Ramaphosa who instigated the setup of, or the establishment of the Political Killings Task Force to deal with ANC leadership battles, because you can't deal with it your own. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Chair, that's extremely misleading. The main witness made mention further of saying both, particularly the EFF and the AFP, are affected, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal. It's on record, Chair. We can go to the record and look at it. This 1 or 2 is actually not true. But beyond that, Chair, I think let's just avoid to be too much partisan about it, to contaminate a sensitive national security matter with unnecessary politics. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, Chair, thanks. I think Honorable Nhlanhla has dealt with this matter. The part that I'm very much concerned about is when Honorable Matej says it is because that political party was failing to handle its own internal dynamics. Now, I have a problem with that, because none of the witnesses who have come before this committee or the Commission of Inquiry have provided evidence to the fact that the ANC leaders or councillors and councillors who were murdered were equally murdered by ANC members. Now, to suggest that it's an internal battle within a party which results, I would imagine from the logic of that statement, members of that party killing one another, I think it's overstretching the evidence that was presented before us. And that is an area which I think is completely out of order. Thanks.
Okay. I want us to stop debating this matter, because we are still going to have our own time after evidence has been gathered. But just to bring it to your attention that all of you who are in this committee, you are members of parliament and you represent South Africans. You know, when a family loses a member, there is nobody who dies a death of a political party. Death does not have a brand. You can't brand it and say, this one has died a death of the ANC, or this one has died a death of the IFP or any other party that you may want to label it. And I just want to request honorable members that let's be very sensitive with the manner in which we debate, because families have lost their loved ones, and the least they can expect from you as their leadership is your sensitivity and commiserations. You may proceed, Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. General, to date, what is the total expenditure of the PKTT?
Honorable, in Parliament in March, it was known to be 415 million. But then there was a further 20 million that was approved, which would then maybe take it to 435 million. But I do know that there was more, something like 94 million or 74 million that was also requested for approval. So basically it's almost nearing 500 million.
Thank you. General, Yesterday, you mentioned that there were many cases opened up against the team, the PKTT team, in terms of breaking down doors. While they were investigating these cases, do drug dealers knock and ask if they may enter? Because when it comes to addressing certain crime, in my experience, that the approach of scope and donor sometimes is needed. Do you agree or disagree with me?
That approach, it depends on the team that is actually running the operation, and depending on the challenge and the nature of the danger situation they are faced with. Chair.
You mentioned that this team was investigating cases relating to drugs, to murder, to heists. Does that not warrant this type of approach?
Yeah, but it is not every scene that must be approached same way, because sometimes you find that you are in an environment that really needs to be approached very carefully, decently. But sometimes where there are children as well in the house and it doesn't pose any risk or threat. But there are instances where you find that this environment, the intelligence that we have is that there's a group of criminals there and they are armed. The approach will be different.
I'd like to ask you about the allegations that well-known artists such as DJs have been linked to the underworld, particularly in relation to the peddling of drugs on behalf of cartels in nightclubs. Could you enlighten the committee on whether these allegations have any credibility?
There's always reports that are provided by crime intelligence. And then that information is information based on the fact that it is information that is maybe in the pipeline that is being investigated, and they've got evidence or a certain evidence to a certain extent. You will have, there are drugs in the country. There are drugs everywhere in the country, especially in the city of Joburg, in KZN, in Eastern Cape, there are drugs. So I can't say information that lacks credibility when it talks about drugs and firearms. When I don't have anything against that, I can say there's credibility or not.
Okay, General, moving quickly. Counterintelligence operation in Gauteng. How many cases do they have? And what are the case types?
Let me see if this information I will have in my bag. Chair, there's a document that I'm looking for. There's a document to improve performance of the detectives. It was approved. In front of me, Honorable J. Document in front of me, Honorable James, just to ask specifically what the question was. I've got national components, counterintelligence. Chair. I don't know whether at this present moment, it's a document that I have, Honorable James, that I can give to you now to show you in terms of the response, but I'm not sure whether it's information that I should give out in public because we're talking counterintelligence now. Chair, I need assistance here. Here's the information that Honorable James is asking, but since it also mentioned counterintelligence, I might also be accused of discussing intelligence information in a platform that is not supposed to be, but I'm prepared to show the honorable members so that she gets the response.
What do you choose to do with that kind of information?
I can show her the answer.
You can show her.
Answer.
Okay.
Can I just?
I'll have a look at it later. I think that was more.
Okay, you can show her when we were about to break. Yeah.
I think that question, Chair, was important for us because that is the operation that has since identified the top 5 in our country, alleged top 5 that is embroiled in drug cartels, where 2 has been identified and there's still 3 missing faces. Am I correct?
No. No. You're not correct there.
So the identification of the top 5, where does that come from?
This is information that has come from.
Sorry, General, can you maybe speak into the mic?
This is information that comes from crime intelligence, but I also have information that was compiled by crime intelligence that does not have those top 5 that that is being spoken about. So it's the top 5. There's nowhere where they appear.
So the top 5 that we've been told, South Africans has been told about, is not the top 5 that is running the drug cartels in our country. And that is connected with political heads and infiltrated the various state departments.
The document that I have that was crafted by crime intelligence doesn't have that.
What is the composition of the counterintelligence operation? You know, when we have operations, obviously it composes of NatJoints. The composition of this counterintelligence, who serves on there?
It's a member of intelligence who works at the intelligence section, but conducting counterintelligence investigations.
Is that all, sir? General?
Is that?
Is that all?
Yes.
So the members are only from within SAP. So when one does intelligence, you haven't roped in NPA and you haven't roped in all the other role players that usually serves on an operation of this nature.
Counterintelligence is not necessarily a multidisciplinary structure. This is intelligence, and you may find that they work with NPA. For them, remember it is their investigation. So if they have a prosecutor who deals with them, who works with them, they will consult with such a prosecutor so that he gives guidance to their investigation.
So prosecutor NPA is part of the team then?
It's possible.
Does this team fall within your section?
Used to, but not now, not anymore.
Why not, sir?
Because now crime intelligence reports to the National Commissioner, no longer to NASA.
Okay. My final question. General, my second last question. General, you also mentioned that you're not aware of any political interference within SAPS. but you responded to a question when you said you waited with bated breath to find out who's the new minister, because usually when ministers come in, you could possibly lose your job. Is that not political interference?
Mm-mm,
Not.
not.
Okay. Yes or no, you attempted to obscure the obvious reality that there are factions within senior management of South African Police Service. Given that there are no holy cows, is it not possible that some of these internal cabals are working in collaboration with drug cartels?
I really can't sit here, National Chair, and say it's not possible or it can't be. Up until it is tested, someone being arrested, connected to the crime, then they must be arrested.
In closing, General, General Mkhwanazi told us, I'm not sure if you heard, that there's only one scanner. One scanner, 3,000 containers pass through. We are not able to detect if children are in those containers. We are not able to detect if there's drugs in those containers. Is it true? How many scanners do we have at our ports of entry? And also, how many private landing strips do we have in our country?
It's a dangerous statement to make in relation to the fact that whether we have one scanner or how many scanners, because we cannot really go out there and tell the public that we are ailing and we don't have this capacity, we don't have this expertise. And there's no way that the public should know our strength. So as to whether it is 1 or 2 or 3 or 10, I don't know. But the landing strips, we have too many landing strips in the country. It's many. There are private landing strips as well that are really, I don't know whether I should say more than 1,000 or more than 500. I forgot the number, but I do know that there are just too many landing strips. Some of them are private, of course, they are not known.
Thank you, General. I ask these questions in the interest of South Africans so that they can feel secure, but I'm not sure why you're not able to answer.
I was gonna bring that type of information if I knew that such a question in relation to the landing strips can come up. I would be in a position to respond.
Thank you so much. Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable James. Thank you, General Sibiya. We are taking a break. We are coming back at 21 hours. Thank you so much. Honorable members, it's 21 hours. We must resume our proceedings. We will then take Honorable Sangon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for your endurance, General Sibiya. I know it's been a long day, and I'm sure everything that could possibly be asked has been asked. Honorable Mates would love for me to say I'm covered. But General, I think a number of questions that I have, which are in 4 areas really. I'm asking because our terms of reference require us to come up with a report. So I do firstly want to ensure that we've understood you properly, and also looking to what you may think are some of the solutions. But maybe before I start off, if you could just assist me with this one thing. Honorable members, especially Honorable Mates and Honorable they're concerned about the participation or the presence of SAPS brass at an ANC January 8 celebration. Now, I do understand that neither the EFF or the IFP has ever had a head of state or a deputy president in their midst. So I would just request that you elaborate on whether such participation or presence by the SAPS was lawful, whether it was operationally justified, and finally, whether it was aligned with national security obligations in line with your mandate in the Constitution.
It is in terms of the joint, where all the major events are covered. I've had instances where I get a call, where I get calls from EFF in KZN, where you find that the police don't want to allow their security to enter the stadium in possession of guns. So what I'm just trying to say is that there are deployments in each and every environment. There's no way there will be a major event and there's no police coverage. It will be irresponsible from the side of the police because anything can happen there. Every life counts. Starting from the stadium, major events, the police are there.
So there was absolutely nothing untoward with SAPS being present there?
No, in the stadium, every stadium, there is an office, you call it a jock, where they sit to look after the situation. So there are those that are keeping records, and there are those that are patrolling, there are those that are directing operations inside the stadium and outside the stadium.
Thank you, General. General, the reason we are here today is obviously because of the now famous directive of the 31st of December. Section 2061 of the Constitution, I'm sure as you know, provides the powers and functions of a member of cabinet responsible policing. And it says that member of cabinet must determine national policing policy. Now, am I correct that a national policing policy has just been released in 2025?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then section 2072, under control of services, provides that the National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what is your understanding and what in your view would constitute policy versus control and management of the police service? Where exactly is the line drawn? Because, I mean, we're sitting here and I think it's that line that we keep coming back to. Where is the line drawn?
At this present moment, I think it must be understood in clear or in no uncertain terms that the bottom line is that the minister, as the person who must actually determine policy with the National Commissioner implementing policy, the two are interlinked in such a way that the National Commissioner reports to the minister, and the minister has got interest in what is going on in terms of the implementation of the policy. So what is happening is that the instructions that was given falls squarely and entirely within the scope of the policy of the minister. As far as I'm concerned, what the minister did, personally, I don't see anything wrong.
Thank you, General. Now, okay, so you said you didn't see anything wrong. Did the minister engage you or consult you about his decision to de-establish PKTT? So did you know beforehand, before the letter, that that is what he wanted to do?
Not at all. I wasn't even around. I was operating in the Western Cape around December. Minister was in KZN.
Okay.
And we never communicated. Even if you can check our communication, there was no communication around that time.
Thank you, General. Okay, I'm going to skip my next question because I was going to ask you about whether you thought that instruction was lawful, but you've already said that you thought that it was lawful. So General Masemola, in his testimony, argues that the use of the word immediate by the minister in his directive amounted to operational interference. What is your view on this issue of immediate? But I've also been asked to ask you that, can you explain what you meant when you said immediate does not mean right now?
When you say immediately, and your letter addresses things that must happen over a period of time, it means from now. As we say immediately, the process starts now. And that process can stretch. Now, there are a number of activities that must be involved for you to be able to get to the other side where you are expected to be. But it means that it starts now, but start implementing the decision. Starting to implement the decision doesn't mean that by the 20th, shop is closed. What is important is that make sure that you start the process and then you will end the process with a close-up report.
So did you think that when the minister said immediately in his letter, that amounted to operational interference?
I don't think it amounted to operational interference, especially the fact that it was discussed in the presence of the National Commissioner, who indicated that it does not have any query nor any objection to that.
Okay, thanks, General. So you said in a response to one of the members that you were not surprised when the directive came through from the minister. Were you surprised, though, that General Masemola asked you to implement it? Because according to your testimony, you said you were not involved in PKTT. It was just General Masemola, General Khumalo, and the KZN Commissioner. So were you surprised that General Masemola asked you to work on this?
No, I can't be surprised when I get tasking from the National Commissioner, their official tasking. He can task me on anything. So I can't be surprised.
Despite the fact that you haven't had anything to do with the PKTT?
Yes, well, it came, the instruction came. I've never actually occupied or been involved in the PKTT, but now here comes the instruction that says DNC communicate to the team. So this is an instruction from the National Commissioner that must be complied with.
Now, General Sibiya, this is where I get confused. So on paragraph 28 of your testimony, you indicate that once you received that email from the Office of the National Commissioner, your office directed an email to the DCCI, General Khumalo, to develop a closing report for sign-off by the 13th of January. Did you have any discussion with General Khumalo regarding this directive to disband? If you did, what was his view? If you didn't, why not?
I didn't have any discussion with General Khumalo. What I did, same email that I received, and I wish that we get to it, because what I did, I forwarded it same time. I forwarded in the same email. You will see that it is the National Commissioner's email, then my email on top that directs now General Khumalo and say, below see the email from the National Commissioner's Office for Compliance. Please comply with the above. And due to the fact that the National Commissioner Office, they wanted mine on the 14th, and we say, you need to give it to me on the 13th so that I can see it. Then thereafter, on the 14th, when I meet the National Commissioner, I give it to him.
Okay, so you didn't speak to him about that directive, you forwarded the email. Tell me, is a closing report and the implementation plan the same thing? I'm asking this question because you asked General Khumalo to work on the closing report, then you asked Major General Rabi to work on the implementation plan. Was it two different things? Because we seem not to hear of the closeout report again in that period. Now there's a discussion of the implementation plan.
Remember that I sent the same document to General Rabi as well. And in the same document, General Rabi, who is an expert in this field, come back and say, this is how it must look like. And when General Rabi says this is how it must look like, this is how the organization works. We know, even if I were to draft it and I'm not sure about it, I will send it to General Rabi for guidance. He will prepare it, and then, or General Nzima, and then they will prepare it, will then take it to the National Commissioner for approval.
So General Khumalo never came back to you then, because you then worked on Major General Rabi's document?
Yes, he never came back to me.
Now, there's this correspondence, which you discuss at length on paragraph 36, between Major General Rabi and Major General Sibiya, and how ultimately you get the plan that I know it's your testimony is that you implemented the plan from the Office of the National Commissioner. So you are saying Major General Rabi gives you this document, or he first authors it. It's got the signature of the National Commissioner. Then he changes it that the National Commissioner is not the author, you are the author, sends it to Major General Sibiya. In the intervening period, you see the National Commissioner. And the National Commissioner says the document must be changed. So when you get the document from Major General Sibiya, you then take it that that is what the National Commissioner has approved because it comes from his office. Am I correct?
You are correct, Chair, in a sense that you must also look at the timelines and the timelines in between. General Rabi sent it on the 14th. The first time I think is 1410. Then you will see that right on top, then is General Rabi again, 15 something there. And then from there, General Rabi sent it to General Sibiya on the 14th. Now from General Sibiya, it says for 2 days. So which means General Sibiya had to consult with the National Commissioner. General Sibiya will never send a document to me that she hadn't consulted with the National Commissioner. Now General Sibiya consult with the National Commissioner. And then after that, when the National Commissioner is satisfied, let General Sibiya sign this thing is operational. General Sibiya come to her office. My office and General Sibiya's office, they are opposite. National Commissioner is that side. Now General Sibiya come and say to Keketsi, the PA in the office, says, I'm sending you a document. Please print it for the DNC to sign. Keketsi then says, okay, I'm waiting for the document, General. She forward the document to my office to print and sign. Now, if the National Commissioner was not in agreement, that document would not have left General Sibiya's office to me. The same applies to the email that was sent by Brigadier Lotoko to my office. She will never send something like that, having not confirmed with the National Commissioner or acting National Commissioner. So which means if the National Commissioner completely was against, how can the document be cascaded further down? If you agreed, it will be. If you didn't, there's no way it can go down.
Okay, I hear you, General, but here's my problem now. It's SB6, those emails in your submission. Is it standard practice in the South African Police Service that emails are just sent with no trail? So on the emails we've got here, there's not even a hello general or hello Captain Sibongile. We just literally just have from sent to. What happened to the rest of the email? Because here we see the trail, but we don't know what is being said. Maybe if you could assist me with that. And then secondly, if Major General Sibula is sending this very important instruction to your office, she doesn't write this instruction that print this out for the general to sign and send. Why would she send an email and then walk out to your office to say he must print it? Why are these emails blank, not reflecting?
That is a cause for concern. Personally, I believe the National Commissioner knew what he was doing, because there's no way that as the National Commissioner you can say, let Rabi help you. Rabi, who's in the office of the National Commissioner still, helps me craft a document. That document was crafted on instruction of the National Commissioner. The same document is the one that gets sent to General Sibiya. The same documents that was discussed with the National Commissioner, the same document that gets sent to me. This is operational, let the General sign and send. Then I send. Then the next thing, I stand accused that I turned a document where the National Commissioner was supposed to sign, I turned it into my own signature and send. To me, this was a booby trap.
So General, is it your testimony that these emails, as you have put them before us, none of them contained any instructions? It was just forward the document, the email is blank as it appears here?
The first one of General of Brigadier Letogo says clearly that as directed, the DNC is directed to do. DNC creditation has directed that, okay. It says, as directed, DNC requested to accordingly communicate the deactivation to the relevant team. Your office is further requested to submit a close-up report to be submitted on 14 January 2025 for NATCOM's consideration and sign off. Now, this date of the 14th is a date on which the National Commission is back on leave. And when I spoke to the National Commission, he said yes, because the minister says he wants the report by the 20th. And now we ask Rabi to assist. Rabi is assisting. General Rabi drafted the report. This report that was written is a professional written report by someone who's qualified to write work study report. And he wrote a report that actually the National Commissioner say. So now the National Commissioner say, I saw it and I did not really read it or browse it. I just browsed it and I read down there below, and it's not something that I read. But the National Commissioner said at the commission, he said, when they asked him, did you read? Did you go through this? He said, no, I never went through it. But the bottom line is, it comes from whose office? From the National Commissioner's office. All these emails that came to my office are a direct instruction of the National Commissioner. The same way the National Commissioner say, if I didn't comply with the minister's instruction, I was going to be accused of insubordination. I am here today, I say, if I didn't comply with the National Commissioner's instruction, it was going to be like, this man doesn't listen. We instructed him and he didn't do what we want. So I complied.
But General, you do appreciate that right now it's your word against the National Commissioner and Major General Sibula, because on the final emails that you provide as evidence, there's no instruction.
I can't agree, Chair, on that, because if the National Commissioner, quite honestly speaking, does not agree, from here, it must go back, not backward, not any further. Here, from me, it go back. And I say, National Minister, I don't agree for the following reason, and let me engage you. Why then have it still forwarded, cascaded further down? Number one. Number two, it's confirmed and it's consistent with the fact that even starting from the meeting of the 27th, when the National Commissioner said, yes, this is just a task team, it was not meant to be a permanent structure, it was just a task team, that was supposed to evolve into a murder and robbery unit. So let's go to the parliament, now, where parliamentarians are involved in. Here's the Honorable Ian Cameron was the chair on the day. The National Commissioner was there. The project manager, and General Mkhwanazi was in the meeting as well, presented that the National Commissioner has received a directive from the minister to disband. And there has been several subsequent meetings in that regard, and that it is going to happen. We believe that the task team has achieved the purpose for which it was established, and that it can be used as a benchmark because it has been operating well. And then as a result, we are going to be transitioning into murder and robbery unit, and it shall be done in phases. Done. The next morning on the 6th, they come up with an action plan that the National Commission says it was approved by him. And the minister also partially approved, in a sense that the minister says, I see that you've done what you say you're going to do. But what I'm not happy about is the fact that you're saying the court docket you will still keep it, because now the court docket may take 5 to 10 years, which means we'll be still waiting. But it was partially approved. Now, true to their words, General Khumalo, as they presented, on the 28th of March, they sign a handing over the report. I didn't even know. They went and they met and they did an exchange somewhere. And then now General Sintumule's got the docket and then called me and say, I've signed for the dockets, 118 dockets. All right. Then after plus minus a month, on the 23rd of April, General Khumalo bring the last 3 dockets of Umtata, Namhlamtwa. Now it brings us to, that makes the 121 dockets. Now, we have now 121 dockets that must go to KZN, to the station where they belong, which is the murder and robbery unit. General Mkhwanazi get a call that says, General, we are bringing the docket over to you. Say, I don't want those
General,
dockets.
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you. I do apologize. No, I think we're clear on the sequence of events.
Before you proceed, just to hold to the Honorable Skosana wants to say something.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out, because I'm confused a bit now, that the answer is given to the Honorable is different from the answer which you gave me about this email, about the signature. If you remember well, when I said to you that the brigadier, you said she, the talker, all those emails, whether they are signed, and remember I asked you whether you verified that. And you said there's nothing wrong as long as it comes from the office of the National Commissioner. That was a concern. And I think what she is raising now, the answer is different of what you told us earlier. I thank you. I just wanted to say that we must have one answer when we leave here, to say, is it a tradition or is it allowed? They can issue emails irrespective, as long as they come from that, they are authentic according to what you presented earlier. Thank you.
What you said, Honorable Member, is exactly what is the case.
Yeah, but remember, I said, is it right or wrong? You said, no, it's right. But now we are not saying that.
No, I've never said it's not right. I've never said that. My statement is consistent. It's something that will never change. This is how it is.
Yeah, but now what I'm saying now, on Hansard, perhaps you missed that. But I wanted to help you on that, to say what you told her now about the emails, because she's raising the same thing, maybe differently, but the answer are not the same. He's asking the same thing which I asked about the emails.
I stand by what you repeated just now, Honorable Member, that for as long as an email comes from the National Commissioner's office, and not any Tom, Dick, and Harry, from Brigadier Letoko, whether it comes from Millicent, whether it comes from General Sibola, we know it comes from the National Commissioner. And it's not something to be questioned unless there is something that needs to be challenged or not being understood. That's when you can stand up and say, I don't understand this. But if Sibola, General Sibola writes something, it is what it is. If General Brigadier Letoko write me something, it's for me to run with it.
Okay. Thank you, General. Sorry, just as an aside, you had initially said that WhatsApps can be manipulated. Can email correspondence also be manipulated by crime intelligence?
It's doable, even if it's not crime intelligence by any expert, any person who knows a computer, it happens.
Thanks, General. So let's leave then the email trail. You then take the letter that you were told to sign and you issue it on the 17th of January. Now that letter deals with the disbandment of the PKTT. General, I want to refer you to the South African Police Act, specifically section 11(2)D, that gives the power, duty, and functions of the National Commissioner. And it says the National Commissioner has obviously the power to organize and reorganize the service at national level into various components, units, or groups. Now, that is the power of the National Commissioner. Now, when you were communicating this to the relevant units, did you think that you were just following an instruction or you were overreaching perhaps because you shouldn't have the power to reorganize and organize units at national level?
No. Remember to start with the original document. There's a document that comes from the highest authority, the minister, that writes to the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner that writes to me and say, there is an instruction that says, do the following. Now, when I act on that, there's no way it can be overreaching because if I acted on my own, somebody could say, but who gave you that instruction to disband this task team? But if it comes from the Office of the National Commissioner, really, we're not going to be talking about that. It's a done deal.
Thank you. Here's the thing that bothers me. On all of these plans, you keep saying that it was for the minister's signature, it must go to the signature, alternatively to the minister for sign-off. Now, this minister's signature was for him to approve the disbandment plan, am I right?
The minister's signature, yes. Well, obviously, when for an example, my staff officer write a letter, based on the letter of the minister, and this is how she wrote it, I take charge of what she wrote as my staff officer. The same way what was written by Brigadier Letoko, the National Commissioner cannot distance himself from that one that was written by Brigadier Letoko because this is our staff that act on our behalf. So I take charge of that email that was written by Colonel Afanant, but let's say she could have said for signature by the National Commissioner, but she said for signature by the minister. At that time, because of the fact that we never thought that this was going to result at any given point into this situation, you find that it will be a question of neither here nor there. It does happen. The same applies when you see when General Motsepe's team were writing the Motsepe report. That report that was actually responding to General Mkhwanazi's press briefing. They said the DNC received an instruction from the minister. And when in fact I did not receive an instruction from the minister. But remember, they wrote it already and they wrote it among themselves. I saw it late myself. So you will get a situation where they do write something like that. That is minister's signature. But could have understood that write a report and the close-up report must be given to the minister to sign off. Because maybe reading the letter, it says that for the National Commissioner sign off. So it is my staff officer, but I don't say I'm distancing myself from it, I'm taking full accountability.
Okay. My question, General, was going to the fact that the testimony that has been deposed before us by General Masemola, General Mkhwanazi, says that the minister should not be involved in this thing, it's operational. But all of you have various meetings, engagements. You go to the minister, you approve this thing. He says, no, he doesn't like it. Now, if it's operational, why are you looking for the minister's approval on your disbandment plan? Because in English is what he enters nowhere. Because it's not him who must approve disbandment, but from General Masemola, and I'm not putting words in your mouth because I know you said you didn't see anything wrong with the instruction. But if I said, why do you think that these generals kept going to the minister trying to get him to approve this thing? He says he's unhappy about it. He was not supposed to be involved in the first place, right? Because they said it was operational. What would be your view there, General?
I can't believe, I can't agree with that, because if you are the minister and you run the organization, there's no way that you can be afraid of your members and be afraid to address your members, because everybody will say you are overreaching. Just imagine if you are the Minister of Police and the only person that you are allowed to talk to is the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner alone. You don't have access to any other person other than the National Commissioner. It can't be. All the ministers in all the departments, they speak to senior managers within their ministries.
So the way that General Masemola acted, seeking the minister's approval, which you think was correct, should demonstrate that they thought that the minister had a role, and they continue to act in a manner that shows that he has a role in terms of giving them directions. Am I right?
Yes. At some point, the National Commissioner himself was not so sure whether it's in fact overreaching or not. But he stood by the point that the how part of it is the one that gives him sleepless nights. But as far as I'm concerned, if you are the minister, if you get appointed, honorable member, today as the Minister of Police, and you get in there and you call all the senior managers, you want them to preview each one of them to take you through their responsible areas. And then from there, there is that one that you didn't understand clearly, but you want that one to come back and explain to you. And you explain, but it looked like this part of your work, I don't think we need this part of your work. You get employed today to run telecom. You have to make profit. The moment you get involved in every areas of that space, for this organization to begin to make profit, or for the South African Police Service to be able to be more effective in fighting crime, what do you need? Then you come up with your own approach and your own strategy. And then that's what you need to discuss with the National Commission and all the managers. And then say, from now onwards, these are our 7 priorities. These are the things that we have identified, the following priorities. Now, the National Commissioner is then supposed to take the baton and run with it. And then every now and then they have to come back and give feedback.
Thank you, General. I like your examples. From your lips to God's ears, I must run telecom. Thank you. General, from what we are hearing here, you are possibly facing a charge of defeating the ends of justice by obviously seeking to, or allegedly seeking to disband the PKTT. Now, when you speak, you say that you were never going to interrupt the course of justice, and there was a view that the murder and robbery unit would be able to operate on these cases, continue the investigation. But you confuse me, because every time you speak, you said we needed to establish the murder and robbery unit. So was it in place already, or would the disbandment have then led to the establishment of a murder and robbery unit?
The disbandment, remember there is a document already approved where the National Commissioner says it must be expedited by DNC crime detection. Says I must expedite that. In some areas, the murder and robbery units exist because they exist. And then at the same time, already there's a work study approved by the National Commissioner that says it must be done. And that work study investigation says, when it comes to the murder and robbery, the mandate of the murder and robbery unit will be to investigate serial murders, taxi-related killings, police killings, including political murder. Now, political murder is the same political killing task team. Now, which means they must be established in the areas where they are needed most.
Thank you. I just want to move quickly to the issue of crime intelligence. So our terms of reference mandate us to seek to evaluate the reason for instability within CI. Now, criminal intelligence falls within your responsibilities. In your view, what is causing instability in criminal intelligence? And then as leader of that component, what have you done about it?
You see, there's something called interpersonal relations. If you are a leader, you must have interpersonal relations, number one. You must have people management as well as administrative management. You must be able to be that kind of a person who's able to interact with people. You must be able to know how to build a team, work with your people in such a way that they will support you, they will work you, and they will lift you up. But if you find yourself, you are a leader and you're fighting with all of them, and they are all fighting you, challenging you, taking you to court, leaking information, you fighting with them, you taking them court, they're taking you to court, that's instability. Now, where is General Khan? The relationship is not good. It's not good. It's been up and down court. It was court, he won. Where is General Moodley? He's outside, and the fight has been up and down. Where is General Tio? Is out. He's been fighting. So I can sit here and list of all of them that have been involved. More than 5, General, the Eastern Cape as well. Unfortunately, I think is now boarded. He was sick. But there are many generals, including brigadiers inside crime intelligence, that have been fighting with General Kumalo himself. Now, they took him to court, some of them. In some instances, I said, General, don't go to court, you're going to lose. He didn't listen to me, he went to court and he lost. Now, I'm saying what causes instability within CI is the fact that the General Kumalo, you cannot run crime intelligence only with 2 people, General Lushaba and General Madondo, all 3 from KZL. I'm sitting with a complaint, here is it. This complaint. This is a nepotism by Lieutenant General Kumalo and Major General Lushaba. Post-promotion phase 2024 through 2025 financial year, employees of the South African Police Service. This is a complaint, and it is accompanied by letters, post-promotions phase. Now, they're telling you here that these are the people, group of people that were employed. They will tell you that General Kumalo chaired from brigadier to constable down there. He chaired all these promotions everywhere in all the provinces. Now, all I'm saying is that here is it. If the chair, anybody want to see in this ad hoc, but the bottom line is there's been challenges because there's been situations where some of the people feel that, but General Kumalo is bringing everybody from KZN here to head office. When he was charging Khan, how I got to also differ with him, I say, all right, General, you are charging Khan on a 2021 matter, but you say you are doing it expeditiously. Why do it expeditious when it's a 2021 matter?
Sorry, General, the Chair, I think Honorable Skosana is trying to get your attention.
Thank you, Chair, once again. And thank you, General. I'm not sure what you have there is part and parcel of what we have in our document, because perhaps we can have a look at it, not on the side, all the members, because we are lost a bit now. I'm not sure whether the honorable member is comfortable, because as members, we are trying to find out where can we get that to what you are raising now. Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Can I assist you, Chair?
Yeah, no.
I think maybe we must ask the General to leave it with us if he believes that it's part of the problems of instability within crime intelligence. So I don't believe we've got that bundle of complaints.
Yes, because Chair, some of the information, especially of crime intelligence, is not information that you just throw out there and leave there. But I need to be guided around that because at some point I might be charged that I'm leaking the information of crime intelligence, but I've got it. And in case the chair want to see or any member want to see it, here is it. But can I proceed, Chair? Now you charging General Khan on a matter that happened in 2021. He's been working. Now, all of a sudden you want to charge him expeditiously. Expeditiously means that within a week or two you are gone. I said, but General, why do you have to go expeditious? Why don't you just go the normal route? He didn't listen. Then he served the papers on Khan expeditious. Khan ran to court. I said, don't go to court. You're going to lose, General. Then he goes to court, then he lost. Then he does the same with General Moodley. Remove General Moodley, fire General Moodley. General Moodley goes to court, General Moodley win. Now, General Tiwe is in court. There are many others that are facing the same situation. Now, what I'm saying is that if you work with someone who's also prepared to be led, who's also prepared to listen to other people. Now, when he charged Khan, what he does, he falls back home. He goes to appoint the provincial commissioner of KZN to be the presiding officer. Then he goes to appoint another general, I don't know whether it's Mkhwanazi, of this, he used to be in the task force in KZN. I said, but why don't you mix? Why didn't you take at least one then from Limpopo and someone else? But you can't always go get everybody from KZN to come and deal with people here all the time. Why can't you mix this thing? No, he doesn't listen. So the next thing, he goes with that thing. Now, even now, this one, General Khumalo feels that, all right, there is maybe the cartels that are running, there is this thing, go get General Mkhwanazi again. Then General Mkhwanazi send the forces from KZN again. This is an unacceptable situation. Now the people of Gauteng are sitting, even the provincial commissioner is sitting, everybody is under siege. KZN has arrived. It's wrong.
Okay. Thank you, General. Now, you were very unhappy.
Just before you continue, who is the person charging this other officials?
General Khumalo, which is the divisional commissioner of crime intelligence, the one who was arrested.
Okay.
He gets arrested, is not suspended. Others get arrested, they are suspended immediately. I was not arrested. I was not even charged. I'm suspended for doing my work. Can't be fair.
Thank you, General Sibiya. You indicated that you were unhappy with General Khumalo being project leader and coordinator of PKTT, and you listed your reasons. So as his direct line manager, did you ever seek to engage with him or the National Commissioner on your dissatisfaction about him also leading PKTT?
In relation to him leading the PKTT team, I never engaged him. I never engaged the National Commissioner. When I came in here, this is what I found, and I didn't really want to bother myself because where they don't want you, you leave it. If it burns, it will burn somebody, not me. So I left it.
So you never raised with him also the fact that you were unhappy with not knowing what PKTT does? You didn't.
I never raised it.
Okay. General, what do you make of I thought it was a recommendation, but now you said it's been approved. The change of structure where criminal intelligence is no longer reporting to the DNC, it's reporting directly to the NETCOM. What was the reason? What was the process? And is this something that has been done before?
It was never done before. And at some point, my advice to the National Commissioner was that, National Commissioner, if you take crime intelligence and they report to you direct, you must know that the crime intelligence, there are always problems in crime intelligence. You are going to sign things there and you will be implicated together with them. You need to have someone in between you and crime intelligence in such a way that whatever they sign, because the people of crime intelligence can put a document together that looks legitimate, that is clean and neat and nice, and you will sign that document, but at the ultimate end, you will be implicated. And that was my advice to the National Commissioner. So the National Commissioner, as it happened, the structure has been changed, crime intelligence report to him. But as you can see that in some instances where mention is made that it is something that General Kumalo signed, that he also signed. So I'm saying if I were to be the National Commissioner, I would make sure that these people report to somebody who report to me, so that in case there is a situation there, it will always come to me. It will always be such that someone will explain to me what happened here. And then we can say, okay, refer this to points for audit or do this or do that. But if you don't, I can tell you, you are going to land in problem many times.
But it was reporting to you, General, but it didn't report to you. So does it make much of a difference? I mean, you were there supposed to be that buffer, but from your testimony, it sounds like they didn't report to you anyway. Would I be correct in saying that?
Yes, they were meant to really subvert and then work around me, because every now and then you will hear that General Kumalo is in that side. Sometimes you are sitting in a meeting somewhere with the National Commission, you will see him sneaking into one of the office, and the National Commission will go have a meeting with him. But the bottom line is he never reported to me, and he undermined me in all respect. That is why even when he advertised the position of the provincial heads, and I said, I will chair this post, he refused. I said, okay, let me write the letter to the National Commissioner with the hope that the National Commissioner will support me as his deputy. The National Commissioner said, put it there. Let me apply my mind. For almost 4 or 5 months, the National Commissioner hasn't responded to me. Even now, I haven't received any response from the National Commissioner. So the problem is myself, I try to also make sure that we employ the right people, not only the people where you find that now General Kumalo has got his own people all over and everywhere, and he selected his own panel that consists of Letondo, Lushaba, and someone else, and then from someone from outside. But most of the time, his special team is Madondo, Lushaba, and himself. That is why they are all three also arrested in the same thing.
Okay, I want to step off crime intelligence and go into my last area of questioning. General, there's cases that I'm interested in, which I hope that having led at least in detection and crime intelligence, you would know. You included an information note about Jerry Bushokga. I'd like to know if you know what happened to Jerry Bushokga. Also, General Mkhwanazi, what happened to General Mkhwanazi? And then the last one, the case or the allegations of a case around General Masemola. Would you know anything about that as well?
Jerry Bushokga is a I'm told he was a businessman who actually was kidnapped. I don't have the exact date.
Sorry, General, you said was. You speak in past tense. Is Jerry Bushokga still alive?
At this present moment, I don't know. Nobody can say. It's quite some time and there hasn't been a communication in a long time. But he's been since kidnapped. We were receiving videos of him being assaulted, serious assault, where he was being battered and he was pleading for his life, and we were all touched. And we were all trying. I've put many teams together. We've communicated, we've called the service providers, we've put a team together. We've hit every house, even that what was suggested by the family. And when they say go there, we went and we hit. Sometimes we followed the phones where we thought Jerry was. We followed when we get there. It's in Limpopo. That's the wives of maybe Mr. Nhlanhla's family. We hit that house. No, it's not the right place. So we've been all over. But I was even approached by the family, the brother-in-law of Mr. Bushokga, and then we called on everybody to be part, including intelligence, including Gauteng. They've been working together. Even now, it is the team that is still running on Jerry Buswoga's matter. It hasn't been traced, and they're working with the family, and the family is happy. I've got the report here. When it comes to the issue of the second one before the National Commissioner,
General Mkhwanazi.
General Mkhwanazi passed on. I was not in back yet, and there are some kind of investigations that are being conducted apparently because they suspect poisoning apparently, but I don't know the facts around it.
Sorry, the report said General Mkhwanazi was investigating corruption within SAPS and he may have been poisoned. Did SAPS ever investigate that?
It is under investigation, I know that.
The alleged case against General Masemola?
I haven't seen any. I don't know about it at all. I was never involved even in the process of or whatever allegations or statement. I was never engaged at all.
Is there a case?
I don't know. What I saw is on the media that was talking, I think it, I don't know whether it was Daily Maverick or what, but there was a, no, it was News 24 article where they had an article on that. But whether there's a case, maybe IDEC can say, or NPA, but personally, I don't even know the facts.
General, I'm going to push you here. If a whole national commissioner is being investigated, would perhaps yourselves, I think also from crime intelligence, not want to have a sense of what's happening with the national commissioner?
You see, the problem is initially, when the story of the Louis Vuitton bag came in, that the national commissioner and General Mkhwanazi are involved in a scandal where they received some Louis Vuitton bags. Everywhere where we're going, you would hear that there is this story of the Louis Vuitton bags. Then at some point it happened that we have a meeting with the management of IDEC. We were going to have a management with IDEC so that we can support them with the officials, the detectives. It was before they were now made to be a fully fledged directorate that was approved now. So we went there, and then after the meeting, I said to the head, in the presence of the national commissioner, I said, tell me, everywhere where we go, we get to hear that the national commissioner is under investigation. We see the newspapers that the national commissioner is under investigation. Is our national commissioner under investigation? So that this thing can be clarified. She said, national commissioner, there is no investigation that we are investigating against you. We were relieved. We were happy. We all left. It was me who said that. I was with the national commissioner because he could not ask it himself. I asked. We left, knowing that the national commissioner is not under investigation. So if there is any other investigation that is there, not to my knowledge.
Okay. So in your testimony or your oral evidence, I think it was in response to Honorable Souls, you said Generals Masemola, Khumalo, Mkhwanazi, and I think Patekile, I may have gotten the name wrong, they are a clique. So who is your clique, General?
In my case, I arrived alone in the police, and I still feel that I was rejected because remember I was out, I was removed, and I came back. There's people who still felt that I should not have been back. Because if you remember, General Mkhwanazi did say that this man was dismissed. I don't know why the management didn't oppose that he comes back. And now I'm here, I've been working hard on my own. I don't have a person that I can say is a clique because I don't have management grouping that is my clique.
So you're a faction of one?
Maybe.
General, I was going to ask you when your problem started with General Masemola, but I think you've spoken about that. But what I wanted to know is that you've already indicated that your problems with General Mkhwanazi started during that AKA murder case investigation. But between then and when Minister Mchunu decided to call a peacemaking meeting, I think you called it at some point, what was happening? Because the AKA's murderers were arrested quite a while ago. So what is it that Minister Mchunu saw in the intervening period and decided he must call you to make peace?
We tried several times to engage with General Mkhwanazi to make peace between myself and General Mkhwanazi. And I think I mentioned earlier that at some point, I mentioned that I sent one of my members who is very close to General Mkhwanazi to actually go sit down with General Mkhwanazi and say, I'm here, sent by General Sibiya. General Sibiya wants us to talk. He wants us to try and find a way of what can be done really to solicit peace between the two of us. Then we speak and then everything is okay. Then we start talking with General Mkhwanazi. Then the next thing you will hear, one day General Mkhwanazi is very angry again on something that happened. When you ask our General, I thought we spoke. He said, yeah, but nina yang manager nina. Young manager nina. And how are we managing you now? Because we spoke, but and then the information that I got is that the National Commissioner said to General Mkhwanazi, no, don't listen to him. He's managing you. Don't listen to him. Now I'm sitting in that situation of I'm trying to make peace this side, and this side it is my boss who's saying, no, don't make peace with him. He's just managing you. So it is in that situation that in which I find myself. I've tried very hard to make sure that there is peace, because why? It was affecting my performance in terms of one province, you don't have access, but all other provinces you have access. So I wanted to have that thing resolved. The National Commissioner, I asked him several times to make peace between us and KZN. He said, no, I will at the right time. But if I was the National Commissioner and I know that two of my senior managers, they've got a problem, I'll call them both today or tomorrow and we'll resolve this thing going forward. It won't be something that must go on and on and on and on up until we are where we are now.
Okay, I see that the red light is on, so I'm going to do like other members and say I have three last questions, Chair. On paragraph 75, you said that one of your colleagues told you that General Mkhwanazi made threats to arrest you. You indicate that you wrote to General Khumalo and you discussed the matter. Now you are very explicit there that it was General Mkhwanazi who made threats to arrest you. General Sibiya, this communication that you wrote to General Khumalo is not part of the bundle. So what happened to that communication between you, General Khumalo, and General Masemola on General Mkhwanazi wanting to arrest you?
It was an
arrest, like what are all these threats of arresting it?
It was an SMS, a WhatsApp message that I wrote to General Khumalo. He even responded by saying that maybe what we need to do is to call the person who said that so that he can tell us. But obviously, he knew that I will never call the person to say, that person will come and say, yeah, you said this, you said that. But the bottom line is that what I was told that he said, when I want to arrest your boss, or because I said, I hear this senior manager going around saying he's going to arrest me. I've received many complaints against General Mkhwanazi. I could still do the same and say, I want to arrest him. I could still do the same. Not that I am stuck somewhere, I can't lift my foot and then he can do it and I can't do it. But at the same time, you try to make sure that you're not on the same level. Build peace, make peace. Let's not be like the same way he stood up and made a press briefing. I was not allowed to stand up also and then go toe to toe with him. Then it becomes like police now are at each other's throat in the media. So he did it, but there must be a difference in the level of maturity. I had to go down and find a way of how do I manage this situation. So that in the very first thing the presidency did, they said, we want to see your response, we want to see this, we want to see that. If I was reckless and maybe I went all out and said the wrong things, maybe I would have been in trouble.
Okay, General, I'm going to ask these two last questions together in the interest of time. I don't want to go into the basis of your relationship or otherwise with Mr. Nhlanhla, Mr. Mkhwanazi, but I need to know what is the basis, according to you, of General Mkhwanazi alleging a corrupt relationship. Do you think that in that evidence in camera, he would have issues that he is raising against you there? That's my first question. Secondly, do you think that it is still possible for yourself, General Mkhwanazi, General Khumalo, and General Masemola to ever work together again in the interest of the South African people? The other issues I wanted to raise about the service provider, Nhlanhla, I'll leave. But so do you think you're being mentioned there is the things that we are not seeing because we don't have access to what is in camera that form the basis of General Mkhwanazi saying there's a corrupt relationship between yourselves? And this I'm taking directly from our terms of reference. And then do you think there's ever hope for the situation to be salvaged?
Personally, because those SMSs are not placed before me, and I've never been, they were not made privy, or I'm not privy to this type of communication and messages or whatever evidence there is. Mine is just to wait for my turn or for my time or when the bomb explodes. That's the first part. The second part is that it is so unfortunate, the situation in which I find myself, that when your colleagues are saying they're pushing you out and they make life so difficult and they even paint your name so black out there to the public and everything in such a way that they create an irretrievably broken relationship. Now I must be the one who end up suffering. And then I also have a family. I also have kids and they are small. I also have people, I was working, it's my career. And now for a certain group or team to say, no, we're pushing him out and it's not gonna see that position. It's not fair. And I wish the president can be the father of all of us, not all of those who make allegations against others and others must lose. So I'm saying I've got a career also, I've got a family, but if there is wrongdoing on my part, I will stand for it. I will face it if I've done wrong. But let them not spend more time here trying to witch hunt, leaving KZ, and there's a lot of crime that is being committed here, but they spend more time here because they want to get me in a corner. And this in-camera testimony, can we be also part of it so that we know what we are being accused of? Because now it is becoming not a fair process.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. And maybe just through you, Chair, to request, I noticed that General Sibiya didn't make any recommendations around improving policy and governance in the criminal justice system. If possible, can we ask for a written submission? Because I think it will go a long way to assist us understand the challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Thank you so much, General. Chief Whip.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. There was a comment that was made here, which I'm not going to put it on record. No, thanks, Chair. Thanks and good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening.
General. I think the first question I want to ask, General, is how long does one serve before they can be promoted to the level of a lieutenant general? How long does one serve from a major general to a lieutenant general? I'm asking that question because you raise a concern about the intervention that was made by President Zuma in 2011, when overnight, as we are saying, he promoted Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi from being a major general to a lieutenant general. So ordinarily, how long does it take for one to rise from one rank to another rank?
2 years.
2 minutes.
2 years.
Oh, okay. It takes 2 years.
That's correct.
So the intervention that was done by President Zuma was illegal.
It never happened before.
Okay. Now, so he gets promoted from lieutenant. Okay, when he assumed the responsibilities of being the acting commissioner, he was just a lieutenant general, or he became a general as well.
He was, in 2011, he became a major general.
Yes.
In between 2 or 4 months, 2 to 4 months, he was then promoted to become
Lieutenant General.
no, an acting national commissioner.
Okay.
As a major general.
Mhm.
Then it happened that other generals raised concern. I said, but this is a major general. He's our subordinate here, and he's been made to become the acting national commissioner. And he can't be the acting national commissioner as a major general. Then they had to fix it overnight for him to become the lieutenant general. That's what happened.
Okay, I thought when you are a commissioner, you become a general. Is that not the case?
A commissioner is a civilian post, a general, a major general or a general is a military rank structure.
Okay. Now, coming back to the response you provided to Honorable Bredenbach, I know she's gone now. You said that Mkhwanazi was well funded, or Mkhwanazi is well funded to profiling. So who is funding him? And for what purpose is he being profiled?
Well, all I know is that, let's say, for instance, Chris Excel, the one who said they are collecting money to thank him and buy him a cow or cows, the one that he said is going to donate to those children whose parents, police or parents, died in the line of duty. And he said he's going to give the money to that, to donate the money there. But let us look at this. You go on TikTok, you go on Instagram, Twitter, everywhere. It's General Mkhwanazi. It's only one person. You will never find any other provincial commissioner doing that throughout the country, because they are not supposed to do it. It's only him who can do it. Now, there's a very strong media drive that is driven by a particular media house that I don't intend to mention. A particular individual, not necessarily the media house, but there's an individual who is actually behind him. Now, I'm sitting with a situation where if you check on whether it's X, whether it's AI generated TikTok, I'm the most corrupt Satan you can ever find. Different every day. They will take Senzo Mchunu, they'll take a lot of people, they'll take Nhlanhla, they'll take Mkhwanazi, they'll take Louis Benberg, they'll talk many people. Every day I'm facing, we're no longer even able to watch TV. You're no longer able to watch. I like gospel songs. When you just try to see what you can get, you come across your name, your face, it's painful. And just to make sure that my name is so messed up, so much so that I'm worthless. No, I cannot be considered for anything anyway.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
Now, Chair, just hold on, General. Chair, I'm going to have to raise this matter with you. I made an observation throughout the answer and questions that the general has a habit of steering off away from a question. And when he does that, more time is wasted and we end up not finishing our questions. The question here, you told us that Mkhwanazi is well funded. My question was, who is funding him for what purpose? Now, you are going off and telling me about how your own reputation is being damaged in the public domain. I mean, quite frankly and honestly, that has nothing to do with my question. We can deal with that issue if you want us to deal with it, but at the moment I'm asking the question. You are saying to us, Mkhwanazi is well funded. Now, Mkhwanazi has said many things here in the Republic and in this committee. If he's well funded and you know, and it may very well be that it's because of his funding that he's saying the things that he has done, we're entitled to know that. Because if you can't explain what you mean by him being well funded, then we rather have to agree that that statement really does not hold in terms of facts.
I will for now, Chair, agree that because I'm not in a position to put facts on the table that says it's funded by so and so. All I know is what I heard him saying that he's been given an amount of money or a donation in relation to what they were giving him to supply the children of the. He said he's going to donate the money to the children that have lost their parents, but I cannot hear where I'm sitting say it's funded by so and so.
Okay. Just on a matter that has arisen here, but maybe just to raise it in a different context. Am I correct to say that in your submission in this committee, you said that you have never met directly with Paul O'Sullivan?
I've never said that, Church.
You never said that?
I've never said that.
Okay, I remember you saying, I know him very well.
Yes.
So knowing him very well means also you have met with him at some point?
I've met with him many times.
No, I wanted to be sure because I was not, I might have missed that. Now, the November meeting that we are talking about, where the minister raised certain concerns about, I think, various task teams, but particularly about the PKTT. You make references to that meeting of November. Now, let me tell you what is of my particular interest about it. Why did you choose to exclude that important information from your sworn-in statement? Because in that November meeting, in terms of your argument here, you are telling the people of South Africa that it's not fair for the National Commissioner to say he did not anticipate the disbandment of the PKTT because that was mentioned in the November meeting. And that's a crucial evidence in my own view. Why did you choose consciously to exclude that in the sworn-in statements you have provided to us?
I need to see that November meeting, Chair, because I'm a little bit lost.
Okay, let me remind you.
Yeah.
You made reference to the fact that there was a meeting around 26 or 27 November, whose minutes you do not have because you were denied access. And at that meeting, a discussion took place about various task teams, but I want to draw your attention to the issue of the PKTT. And the minister is said to have raised some observations about the PKTT on that meeting. Now, as you know, the serious contention on the part of the National Commissioner, your boss, is that I was never aware that there was any major discomfort which can result in such a drastic decision being taken and communicated on the 31st of December. Now you are saying, no, but in that November meeting, he even said to the National Commissioner, well, these are task teams, and task teams by their very own nature are not expected to last forever. So that's the November meeting I'm talking about. Now I'm saying to you, It would seem to me that is a very crucial meeting.
Yes.
But why did you choose to exclude it from your sworn-in statement?
We didn't choose to exclude it because this is a statement that was contained in the minutes of the meeting that was discussed. And we requested with the legal team to have access. Even I think we requested through the evidence leader, if I'm sure that we be assisted with the minutes from the South African Police Service, and we were not favored with such minutes.
General, let me explain what do I mean by exclusion. We've got these two big batches from you. These ones. Your own sworn-in statement you gave us. You make references to many things correctly, and we have no problem with that.
Yes.
But you are not even mentioning the fact that on your sworn statement, by the way, there is a November meeting whose minutes I have been denied. But I want to make the South African people to know that those minutes which were denied, I was denied access to, actually will confirm once they are made available that the National Commissioner was aware that we are gravitating towards a decision taken on the 31st. Why did you decide, why did you choose not to mention that in your sworn-in affidavit?
Whilst I understand, Chair, remember that the statement is made by the evidence leader in consultation with my legal team. I'm there as well, they consult with me and then going to and pro, we're preparing a statement. So if it's an oversight, it could be that it's an oversight, but what I know and what I'm sure about is the fact that we did request the copies of such minutes.
Okay. Let me say, I'm asking that question because I'm saying it's a crucial information and it's excluded and it's not, in fact, my own suspicion now is that if the line of questioning did not force you to talk about that meeting, we're never going to know about it. That's my own conclusion. You don't have to answer that. If the line of questioning, and I'm saying that worries me because that is a profoundly important meeting because even if you don't have the minutes, but the proceedings of that meeting in terms of your contention are nullifying the argument of the National Commissioner to say, I was blind. I was blank, not blind. I was blank, I had no information and no knowledge. But let's leave that issue there, General. I want to take you to your sworn statement, paragraph 85. In that paragraph 85 in your statement, I'm going to refer to two documents that I'm sure you recall very quickly. If you read that paragraph 85 and you read it together with 3.5.1a of the big bundle, what I call the big bundle would be, in our case, this one. I don't know on your side, how is it organized? But in that, in the two, you are saying something that left me with a question about who constitutes the office of the National Commissioner? Who constitutes that office? I don't know if are you able to get to 85? 85, let me read it for you. It says, is this one on your sworn statement?
I'm trying to get the.
You're trying to get there, okay. And I was asking that you read that paragraph 85 with 3.5.1a of the big bundle, which will be page 62 for honorable members here.
Paragraph 80, I'm on page 27, Chair, and the paragraph.
Yes, you read that paragraph. If you understand that paragraph together with the one that is on 3.5.1a, dockets allocated to various investigations.
Paragraph custody and or control of dockets in general.
Yes, and then paragraph 85 there. And then you read it together with paragraph 3.5.1 of the big, what I call the big bundle, which is the additional bundle. The page is 62 for you colleagues of this one, page 62. So my question there, what constitute the office of the National Commissioner, or who constitute it and who constitute your office? At what point does your office and that of the National Commissioner get separated as his deputy?
We are in the National Commissioner's office as the deputy.
You are in his office?
Yeah. We are his deputies, we fall under corporate. That is the office of the National Commissioner.
So you are part of his office?
Yes.
Okay. I'm happy with that answer. I'll tell you why that answer is important when I come back to it. Now, if you look at paragraph 94 of the same document, your own statement. Paragraph 94 of your own statement. That paragraph there, the two divisional commissioners who reported to me, crime intelligence and detective and forensic, the dockets has to go where they needed to, where they are needed or they needed to be investigated. You see that paragraph?
Yes.
Now my question is, you are then making a point there that I think you are referring to Lieutenant General Senzo Mchunu. You are saying she is the one who, on my directive, was supposed to continue with the investigation of the dockets. And I suppose you're referring to the PKTT dockets.
Yes.
How were you expecting he or her to investigate all of those dockets alone?
No, it doesn't mean that she's supposed to investigate the dockets alone. She's a divisional commissioner. Now, all these dockets will fall under her. In other words, as a divisional commissioner, she's got different component heads. The relevant component is the one that deals with serious and violent crime, which is General Motsepe. So General Sintumule, from divisional crime intelligence to divisional commissioner detective service.
Okay.
She's the one who must accept them. Then from there, send them over to General Motsepe to take forward.
So she's under your command?
Yes.
All right. And then in paragraph 102, you are responding to General Mkhwanazi there. You are saying this is not true. The documents were not in my office. That's about the dockets. I'm sure you remember that. Yes. The documents were not in my office.
Yes.
Now, let me just check. Who kept the document? And to whom does that person directly report to at SAPS?
I'm told that the dockets were in Brigadier Khopoditata's office, who report to General Motsepe. General Motsepe will report to General Sintumule.
And General Sintumule reporting to
me.
So basically the dockets were in your office?
Not in my office.
No, okay, when I say the office, I understand the office not to be a building. I'm the chief whip of the ANC, I've got the deputy chief whip. When I talk about my office, it's the office where it's me, the deputy chief whip, and everybody who's in that caucus office.
In that sense, I will accept, Chair.
So the documents the dockets were kept in your office, not physically where you work, but in your office. So they were under your office.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And then in paragraph 103, General Motsepe refused to carry the directive of the National Commissioner. You said, where does that general report to?
The General Sintumule.
Now, where does, is she?
It's a she.
In your own view, given what you have told us about how police work on command and control, directive, authority, and seniority, where do you think General Motsepe got the courage to refuse the directive of the National Commissioner when he said to her, allow them to take photos of the docket?
Well, I think at this present moment, maybe she is something that she can come and explain herself, but safe to say that we all believe that these dockets, because General Mkhwanazi already spoke to the nation and said the dockets are sitting here gathering dust when in fact they were not worked on. And that now they want to come. We were suspecting that in fact they want to come and add some of the things. They already told the nation that some of the dockets were already at an arresting stage when they were not. So it was a question of, okay, what needs to happen here now? Can we get it in writing that says we want to do 1, 2, 3, 4? So that, and this is how the discussions went with General Motsepe, that no, let it be in writing so that at least we are all covered, we are all protected.
Okay, so that comes to the earlier point you made when you were responding to one of my colleagues that you only carry out even from your boss, you can only carry out a written instruction.
Lawful instruction.
What is unlawful about the commissioner saying to somebody very junior, far below down, please allow them to come and take photos?
There was nothing unlawful, but the problem is it had the risk of when General Mkhwanazi went out there and said, we took the dockets are in my office gathering dust, and that some of the dockets were at the stage of arresting, when in fact he made a press briefing on information that he did not have. Now later he wants to come and either, I don't know, to inspect or to do that after effect. So as far as I'm concerned, this is what she says she did.
Okay.
No,
You know why I'm asking?
No, Chief Whip.
Okay.
The question has not been answered. Did you hear the question, General?
I did.
You said that the instruction of your senior General Masemola was not unlawful. And the Chief Whip wants to know, and this emanates from the earlier statement that you made. And then the Chief Whip wants to know, if it was not unlawful, why was it not carried out? Because you say you hit to instructions to the extent that they are not unlawful. And then he came back and said, was the instruction unlawful? You said no. And then he followed up to say, given your commitment to execute lawful instructions, here is an instruction that you yourself say was not unlawful. Why was it not carried out?
Because, Chair, firstly, this was a situation where General Mkhwanazi is calling and saying, I'm sending 10 people there to come and inspect those dockets. And we're saying, but now you want to take the dockets that you rejected, and that after you tell the nation that we took the dockets and the dockets are gathering dust in my office and in General Sibiya's office, and some of the dockets were nearing an arrest stage with warrant of arrest already inside, and say, but now they are going to tamper with the dockets again. So let them not have access to those dockets, at least at that point in time. Then that's when the National Commissioner called General Motsepe, and General Motsepe said, no, General. They already made a press conference, and and the commission has now been established. Let this thing be dealt with in terms of the commission then. That is what happened, Honorable Chair.
You will understand a bit later why I'm raising this question. Because in my view, it's a bit strange that a junior person like General Motsepe will respond to the National Commissioner in a way that you are saying she did. Now, we are talking about her through you because you are telling us. And in your answer, you are, okay, maybe let me ask the question before I can explain why I think you are insinuating something, and I will explain when I come to the next question. Was it completely impossible in your own view? Was it completely impossible to mitigate the possibility of tampering if they come and take the photos on the side of General Motsepe and her team?
I was already on suspension myself on stay at home. So I had no access to that. And as far as I'm concerned, in all fairness, General Mkhwanazi made a press briefing.
General, with due respect, you have been a policeman for 37 years. I don't want to know whether you were there or not there. I'm asking. You gave us this information about General Motsepe. We're not going to ask about it. You gave us. All I'm asking, given your own experience and knowledge as our dictative in chief in this country, was it absolutely impossible for somebody in the position of General Motsepe to mitigate the possibility of tampering if these people, the 10 people who were coming in to take the photos?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
sure what was the circumstances and the situation in terms of the people coming, 10 people to come in.
Okay. What would you say to somebody who says, no, 10 people are coming to take photos. If we have to guard against them manipulating this document, we'll put 10 others there to watch them. And somebody said, you know why that did not happen? It's because the defiance of General Motsepe was occasioned by the fact that she belongs to this other faction, which is suspicious of the National Commissioner because it's aligned to General Sibiya. What would you say to somebody who say that?
I don't think General Motsepe belongs to any faction. She was with the docket.
But the first among equals in the police tell her what to do. She doesn't do it. And she reports in the line that belongs to your division. I'm saying, then somebody sits somewhere in South Africa and say, where does this general get such a courage? Okay, let me conclude that because it's quite clear that in the evidence we're listening, there is a group, you are even giving them a provincial identification, KZN. It's a KZN group. Mkhwanazi and their group.
Team.
And then Masemola joins that group at some point because, I suppose, not because from KZN, but for factional reasons. If we were to accept that logic, if a South African citizen who's listening accept that logic, and therefore says, but here is a very junior general who refused to carry an instruction of the first among equal in the command and control of the South African Police Service. Is that person not acting because she belongs to another group, which is not only suspicious of the group of the NC, but equally protecting its own domain because it is under General Sibiya? So you think the South African who think like that will be unfortunate or unwell or something like, what's your brief comment on that?
A brief comment is that, quite honestly speaking, Chair, I don't believe that General Motsepe believed to a faction, but I'm very much concerned that something very wrong happened where there's a press conference and a statement is made, and the dockets apparently are in my office gathering dust. When those dockets were in fact taken to KZN and he rejected it. Now, in all earnest fact, I'm looking at a situation where General Mkhwanazi is doing everything wrong, and it seems like all the facts are favoring General Mkhwanazi because everybody who's trying to say, but let us preserve the evidence of this one, is also wrong in doing that.
Chief Whip, before you proceed, let me take Honorable Shongwa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to keep this on record. When Honorable Skosana says the general is not answering consistency on his answers, I asked this question, if you remember, and his two replies was, I won't speak for General Mutsipe. She will come, she's gonna have to come for herself and reply on this issue. And now when he's answering with Chief Whip, he's all over the place. So I think General Awilunge is, thank you.
Yeah. But you know what you must do. What you did previously, you must say in Dava.
Ndaba Komete.
Thank you. Skosana, Honorable Skosana.
Chair, I think let me leave the Chief Whip to finish the floor. Thank you.
Okay, Chief Whip.
All right. You are the most senior custodian of all dockets. The most senior custodian of all dockets. You stayed with the dockets in your office under people who report to you for 4 months. No work was done on them. Now we know that no work was done on them because that was presented here and we've never rebutted it. But Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi argues that actually 5 of the dockets were ready for arrest. And then he contended that soon after the documents were released back to KZN, some arrests took place. Do you know if the arrests that are said to have taken place immediately when dockets went back to KZN were arrests related to the same dockets?
I was not in the police yet at that time, but as far as I'm concerned, what I was told is not the same docket.
No, General. You had the dockets for 4 months. Okay, maybe it's me who's wrong. I'm laboring under the assumption that now dockets are back in KZN. Am I wrong or right?
Correct.
They are back in KZN.
Correct.
Are you aware or not aware of the information that immediately upon the arrival of dockets in KZN, some arrests were effected? And my question is, if there were arrests effected, immediately when they got back, 2 months or a month ago, you were there in South Africa. If that happened, are you aware if those arrests were arrests that are emanating from the same dockets that were with the head office?
I wouldn't know in the set of KZN, but what I know in the list that we have, we don't have dockets that were like really ready to arrest now. You will have 1 or 2 where maybe 3 where they were to go and arrest the suspects. But if the J50 warrant of arrest was not signed, which means at this point in time, they could not arrest unless the J50 is signed. So I'm not aware because I was not in the system at that time.
Okay. Do you know if there is an existence of a syndicate that is operating in Gauteng?
There are many syndicates that are operating in Gauteng.
Okay. Syndicates and cartel, are they the same or not the same?
They are not the same in a sense that the cartel is a group of people that are operating and also that mostly also even control and determine what happens in government and other areas. And then syndicate is just a syndicate that is operating in crime.
Okay. Yesterday you gave evidence that the Big Five is a non-existent entity. Is it your own submission to us and the people of South Africa that the head of crime intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and the National Commissioner are essentially misleading the country when in their various submissions, they make reference to the existence of the Group 5?
Chair,
A big five, a group of big five, yeah.
Chair, I have a document of the syndicate that was compiled by both organized crime and criminal crime intelligence. And the document that I have that was presented by crime intelligence does not have the big five.
Are you aware that some of them, not all, maybe not all of them, but also made another presentation before the minister? They are said to have made a presentation to the Minister of Police. And part of that presentation apparently implicated you. Are you aware of that?
If they say it implicated me, in the one that I have that was made by them in my presence, it didn't implicate me. And if there is such that implicates me, I'm quite sure and I'm quite confident that I'm not involved in drugs, and I give them a go ahead to really arrest me if I am involved in drugs.
No, my question is that, are you aware that they had a meeting with the Minister of Police in which they gave a report, part of which implicated you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you made a submission that General Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General, sorry.
So sorry to interrupt you, Chief Whip. The general just said he's aware of that report. Where does he get that information from? Would he have been briefed by the minister, briefed by the generals, or just heard it in these proceedings?
The National Commissioner, in one of the presentations or statement or where he spoke about the fact that he was talking here in this house that there was a meeting where he went and he briefed the minister and he told the minister about that.
No problems, okay. Now I want to go to, but you don't have to go there, I will explain what is in the context of my question. The paragraph 81 and 83 of your sworn-in statement, where you talk about Nhlanhla. You say there, and I quote, "I know Nhlanhla as a service provider at SAPS." That's in paragraph 81. Then in paragraph 83, you say that, and I quote, "I didn't know Nhlanhla before the meeting at my office." Now, you have been telling this committee, General, that Nhlanhla is a well-known person within the South African Police Service. If I read this too, I know Nhlanhla is a service provider. And then the next paragraph, "I didn't know Nhlanhla before the meeting at my office." And in your submission here, Nhlanhla is a well-known person within the South African Police. Does the well-known, the knowledge of Nhlanhla, the knowledge about Nhlanhla within SAPS, before his meeting with you on the day when he was coming to complain about the tent, does that knowledge of all others exclude you, and why? Well, why are you the only one who's excluded in that knowledge?
I didn't know Nhlanhla. I didn't know Nhlanhla from the onset or from the beginning. I didn't know him up until the day I met him in the office. And thereafter, I met him at the college, and I've met him several times. Like I'm saying, I indicated. Now, he is the kind of a person who is well known because he's a person who's been operating in Gauteng. When I look at the whole history of Nhlanhla and the other colleagues that know him, you will see that he's a well-known person.
Okay, let me just explain why I'm asking this question. You are saying in paragraph 81, "I know Nhlanhla." You are saying in paragraph 83, "I didn't know Nhlanhla until I met him in my office." But you seem to know that you actually know, not seem to know. You have told us, you know when for sure, that actually Nhlanhla is well known within SAPS. Now tell me, General, Does Nhlanhla become well known in SAPS in terms of your knowledge after he has met you, or he was well known even before he has met you? If he was well known even before he has met you, how did it exclude you among those who know Nhlanhla?
Remember, Chair, that I was out of the police. And as a result, I was working for the city of Joburg. After I came back into the police, I was a component head of organized crime. I didn't know him still. But at the time I was acting as a national commissioner, after I think the 1st of July 2023, now when I was now the acting national commissioner, at that point, that's when I got to know Nhlanhla. Now, thereafter going forward, you know that, oh, he knows that one, he knows this one, he knows this one, he knows that one. So I realized that he's known.
So you got to know about his knowledge of almost everybody in the institution after he has met you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, General, so you meet Nhlanhla, he explained his problem, he's accompanied by the lawyer, a problem of his contract, but the problem is not resolved. And you report it, you escalate it to the National Commissioner. Why do you think Nhlanhla decided not to proceed directly now to the National Commissioner? Because in your and his evidence, the National Commission, there is no information that tells us that beyond being, after seeing you and being unhappy, proceeded to the main occupant of the office. And why, what is this coincidence of him only coming to complain about his own tender when you are acting?
It's a question that one can ask, but unfortunately, if he came to me when I was acting with the hope that I can sign and approve and give him permission, but because I didn't sign and give him permission, now I cannot explain why he came to me. Mine was just to pass the message to the National Commission. And I could also easily say to him, no, I'm not involved, go see the National Commissioner. But he came with a lawyer in the office. When they came, they presented the problem. I said, all I can do is to transfer the message to, carry the message to the National Commissioner, which I did.
Are you not worried with this seeming coincidence? Nhlanhla is a problem, but the problem is only reported to the highest office when you are acting. After you finish acting, there is no trace of Nhlanhla with the problem still unresolved, coming back to the main incumbent and say, I met your acting colleague, my problem was not resolved, I'm back to you. Are you not worried about what that coincidence might suggest to the people of South Africa?
I don't know what other steps he followed thereafter or therefrom. I didn't know. I don't know whether he wrote to, I don't know whether he wrote to Public Works, or whether he wrote to supply chain, or whether he wrote, or what the lawyers did. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. The other coincidence that I would like to check whether does it worry you or it doesn't worry you has to do with the message that is alleged to have been sent by Mr. Brown Mohotsi to Mr. Nhlanhla, in which he is telling him about, it's on paragraph 37, he's telling him, it will be 37, I think, of this bundle for us. But he's telling him, I will paraphrase it. He is telling him about the decision taken to disband and that documents are on their way to Sibiya. Are you not worried that there is too much coincidence with the behavior of these people with your name involved? Are you not worried about that?
I am worried about that my name was used. But when you look at that time, it is at the time, I think, where the documents were far from actually being handed over, if I remember very well. And personally, the document where I didn't even know when the documents were actually being exchanged, because I was not part of the exchange of the document. It was between General Sintumula and General Khumalo on the 28th of March.
But then if you are worried, and I would be worried if I was in your position as well, quite honestly. After that message, you have seen Brown Mohot more than once. You have never indicated to us, nor in your written submission, that you inform Brown Mohot that you are very concerned about his conduct and the usage of your name in a way that places your reputation at a risk. Okay, let me say when you met him in January, you may have not been aware of this. But you have met Brown Mohot, you told us yesterday that you said you met him in January and then again a month ago, meaning a month ago from today, he just came to greet and left. You said you were meeting with the evidence leaders, senior evidence leaders, if I'm not mistaken, but he came to greet and then and left.
It was not a month ago, I think 2 months ago.
Yeah.
But it's not like I never asked him as to why did this happen. And it's someone who actually, in a way, denied it or brushed it off. But as far as I'm concerned, it was before even these emails were spoken about. I didn't even know about the email at that time. But what I did discuss with him is that there was a point where we heard that after General Mkhwanazi spoke about it, that there are these emails. And to me, it was a cause for concern. Damage was already done at that point in time.
So you raised this concern with him?
I did.
What did you say?
No, he just brushed it off in a sense that no, General, this is not true. And then I'm told that this thing was tampered with. I don't know, but I will follow up.
Okay. Now, when the National Commissioner received or was made aware of the letter from the Minister of Police to disband the PKTT, when he was made aware of that, he said in his documents, he got to be aware of this on the 2nd of January, and he was away. And he says, but he did not pay much attention to it because he was on leave. He thought he can deal with it when he comes back. You have said to us, this was a very serious issue for him to simply say, I saw it on social media and I will attend to it when I come back. This was a very serious issue for him to do that. But when he was away, there was an acting national commissioner. Why did you not, given the seriousness of the issue that you wanted the NC to attach to it, why did you not say anything to the acting national commissioner when a matter like this has arisen and their correspondent is coming from the office of the acting national commissioner, because she's the one, he or Musigit is a he, it's a she, she's the one who was in charge. Why nowhere you are saying, I once spoke to the acting national commissioner, nowhere?
Chair, if correspondence come from the office of the national commissioner, where General Musigidi is acting, it's a document that gives me an instruction to proceed from the office of the national commissioner. I take it that it comes from the national commissioner or General Musigidi, but it is the same thing.
Can I ask that you allow me to ask just 3 questions? I'm told 3 is the reasonable one. My plea.
Yeah. Every time the stands upright, it means your time is up, but because you have a benevolent chairperson.
Yeah, no, I will be quick. Just 3 questions.
We allow you to ask between 2 and 3 questions.
Okay, I promise you it won't be more than 3. The first one, just very briefly, on the bundles that we have, there's a document that is referred to as SB6, as the other one is SB 7.1. Let me tell you what are those documents. SB6 is a document that you said was prepared by the National Commissioner's Office for you to sign, and it does show where you need to sign, but it also shows where it needs to sign. SB 7.1 is where you are now getting that document for the second time, and you told us it did not change, but it now only has a space for you to sign and not the National Commission. How would you respond to someone who says, the reason you did not care that you no longer have to be backed up by your principal is because you were on the rush to execute the instruction to your juniors to proceed with the implementation of the disbandment?
But Chair, if we are fair enough, the minister writes to the National Commission and he gives a directive that this is what must happen. And the National Commission does not agree with the minister. That document should not be cascaded further downwards. It should be between the National Commissioner and the minister. It should end there. The National Commissioner must be able to respond. But if the National Commissioner writes in his own affidavit that says, I complied because had I not complied, I was going to be charged for insubordination. So which means the National Commissioner himself complied. Now, the fact that those documents came to me, it means it was now getting for implementation. Otherwise, it was not going to be like that. If the National Commissioner was of the view that he doesn't agree, I was going to return to the minister and say, Minister, I will be responding to you. I acknowledge the receipt of your directive, but I'm preparing an adequate response for you, and which will be sent before this date. And the National Commissioner will be working on a document that is then that gets sent to the minister.
The one before last, Chair, as I said, you made references to a meeting of Mkhwanazi and Masemola to analyze the dockets because they were, at the time when the dockets are supposed to go, might be going to the Commission of Inquiry. You made a point here that Mkhwanazi and Masemola met because they were not very keen for the document to be submitted to the Commission. Who else was in that meeting and how did you know about it? Because from what you are saying, they were meeting to conspire on the documents before they are taken to the Commission of Inquiry. Who else was there and when was that meeting and where was it?
Remember, I was in constant communication with General Motsepe because I wanted to know, General, because it was just the day I think I left or after I was removed, and about the dockets. Because personally, I wanted to know, do we have copies of that iPhone? Do we have copies for these dockets? Can we make copies so that we don't lose track of these dockets? Where are those dockets? Personally, I didn't know where the dockets are because I had never seen any dockets. Can we make copies now? When I was told that no, they are coming, because General Particular also came and they wanted to take the dockets. That's when I knew that, okay, there was a meeting with the 10 people or the investigator from KZN, but there was also a meeting with General Nhlanhla and a certain white brigadier that came to inspect the docket together with General Particular, and they take them to head to the college where the National Commissioner was based.
Very last one, General, and thanks for your answers. You said to us, you were forced, these are your words, I was forced by the National Commissioner to sign for a financial assistance support for the arrested people. I think those are Lieutenant General Kumalo and others. But this support has not been made available for me.
I don't remember saying I was forced. I said he made me sign. He made me sign the legal assistance for the members. But in my case, I applied, and to date, I haven't been favored with one.
Chair, he answered before the conclusion because I wanted to know then, General, if you were made to sign for others, now you are not there, somebody's acting in your position. Are you aware if that person is either refusing to sign or is being directed not to sign by a national commission? That's my last question, Chair. Thank you very much.
My boss is the national commissioner, and the one who's acting, I don't know if she's the one who can sign, but it is the national, we apply to the national commission.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Skosana. You wanted to make a follow-up, and thanks very much for your patience.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be short because really the evidence leader wants to speak.
It's a follow-up because
Chair, we have to put things into perspective because when we live here, we don't want when we are at home, when people are asking us about, because we're here, the general is here with us. When he was clarifying the issue of seniority, I'll start there quickly. The notion that the Deputy National Commissioner is senior to Provincial Commissioner is false. That's number one. It has to be recorded like that. And the follow-up will be, seniority in the police is by date of appointment to a rank. Both a Deputy National Commissioner and the Provincial Commissioner hold the rank of the Lieutenant General. Mkhwanazi was appointed in 2011, rightfully so. I will just clarify because the way you responded, it will cause problems, Chair. And yourself, you were appointed in 2023.
Honorable Skosana, are you clarifying him?
Yes, yes, I'm clarifying that no notion, Chair. Because when we live here, we should not have this notion that, as you heard the general was saying, he's a senior to General Mkhwanazi. Now, I want to clarify that if he agrees, but that's what the Act says. What I'm saying here is that General Mkhwanazi was appointed in 2011 as a Lieutenant General, and General Sibiya was appointed in 2023. He can therefore not be General Mkhwanazi Senior. Deputy National Commissioner and Provincial Commissioner post is a title, it's not a rank. Now, when he said, I want you to listen to me here on this one. The promotion which the chief whip, when he was asking him, that it was a little bit weird that General Mkhwanazi was, the way he responded, that when he was appointed as an acting by then President Zuma, that's what the chief whip said. His promotion to the true facts of the matter is that his promotion to a Lieutenant General was proceeded in terms of Regulation 45 of Self-Employment Regulation, which makes provision for the appointment of a higher level based on comprehensive motivation by the appointment authority. There's nothing sinister with the appointment. It was within the prescript. Chair, I'm closing it now. I'm saying to you, we are talking here about, there's nothing illegal about that.
Chair, I'm calling up.
Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you, Chair. We really resisted to call this point of order because Honorable Skosana will think that Simakile, which is not the truth. Chair, there's a witness there. I think that the witness must be asked questions. It's not for us to debate questions. You see, this is why now the witness starts accusing Honorable Skosana of speaking to other people. But secondly, there was a witness statement here from General Masemola on the issue of seniority between the DNC and the provincial commissioners. Now, I'm not sure that when Honorable Skosana is raising what he's raising, he seems to want to suggest that the National Commissioner came here and lied to us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, but that's why when I recognized Honorable Skosana was for him to make follow-up questions if he has, so that we can move to the next speaker.
Yeah, Chair, in fact, I don't know what, because I was trying to say, when the chief whip was speaking, I'm not talking about Honorable Sangwan. When the chief whip was speaking, the general responded.
What is the question that you want to ask General Sibiya?
Yeah, no,
But
I'm not asking him. I'm just clarifying that there's nothing wrong.
Yeah,
In terms of the issue which he raised, he said to us that he feels that Mkhwanazi, in fact, not only feels that Mkhwanazi, he said Mkhwanazi is a junior to him.
yeah, I'm going to rule you out because you cannot change the testimony that he gave here.
So we must take it as it is.
Those are his answers.
Yeah, but what I'm asking, I want you, Chair, to say we must take it as it is, as facts.
General Sibiya, do you want to change the answers that you have given to the chief whip?
I can read it again from your official document that says.
No, I just want to, do you stand by the answers that you gave to the chief whip?
The Deputy National Commissioner is senior to provincial commissioners. They report to the National Commissioner. That is why even when the National Commissioner goes, a Deputy National Commissioner acts, not a provincial commissioner.
Yeah. General Sibiya, the answers that you gave to the chief whip, you stand by them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. So
as an honorable member, I'm not buying that because it's not true.
yes,
I'm talking about I'm talking about the regulation, the Employment Act. I'm not talking something.
No, it's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
It's fine. Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on a point of clarity. General, you said that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi is well-funded. Are you saying that based on the crowdfunding that has been done on social media? Just clarity. Or is there something outside of that? Or is it just the social media crowdfunding?
Well, Chair, I think I indicated earlier that since I'm not able to put the name of a person who's finding him on the table, it's a statement that I cannot sustain.
Yeah.
This is what I said. However, I did mention the fact that I remember when he said South Africans have put money together, among others, it was Chris Axel who was saying they are buying kettles for him or something like that, or they've donated money that he said he doesn't want, he's going to donate it to orphans or whose parents have done in the line of duty. That is what I said.
Okay. Honorable Mwango.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I've got two concerns about the two statements that the witness actually has made. For the whole of yesterday and the greater part of today, he has actually been vehemently denying that the files were actually in his office. That was in response to General Mkhwanazi's actually assertion that General Sibiya actually, the files are in General Sibiya's office, the dockets. Now, lately, when the Honorable Chief Whip was actually asking him and clarifying the concept of the office, then he accepted that the files were in his office. Now we have two statements in our records.
The last statement that he made is that the files were in an office that is under his line of authority. Is that correct, General Sibiya?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the second one is in relation to seniority. The witness actually has just said that if the National Commissioner is away, the Deputy National Commissioner will always act. In 2011, General Mkhwanazi was appointed as acting national commissioner at the rank of Major General. So much so that according to the statement given by the witness, some generals refused to salute him because they felt that he was junior to them. As a result of that, General Mkhwanazi had to be promoted to Lieutenant General so that he could actually then, enjoy the respect of the other general. So the contention here is that it is not always that deputy national commissioners, if the commissioner is not there, will actually automatically act.
I agree with the observation that you are making, but remember you are debating the testimony of the witness, and I don't know.
Just wanted to be clear, Chair, what is actually.
Do you want him to change his testimony?
No, it's up to him. But if he wants to clarify it to us, because I'm
General Sibiya
with that confusion.
Chair, in terms of Regulation 8, a divisional commissioner reports directly to a particular deputy national commissioner, and in the order of precedence ranks directly below the deputy national commissioner and directly above a provincial commissioner.
Yeah, I think what we should do, let's just save that part. Just make reference to it to say the regulations. If it's a provision number 5 or 6 of the regulation, just make reference to the relevant provision. Yeah. Okay. General Sibiya, we are proceeding to the last speaker is Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like one of those people that need to get everyone up and stretch and turn around and just to make sure everyone is awake. General, firstly, thank you for putting up with us today. It's been a very, very long day, so I'm going to go very, not fast, but I'm going to ask the questions very directly. So if some of them come across quite direct, don't necessarily take it as a point of disrespect. They are going to be direct questions. Some of them I just started writing in the one of the last 2 or 3 people that questioned you. You referred to General Moodley, you referred to General Khan, you referred to General Teo as well. And I want to start my questions with a statement that says you're judged by the company you keep. Before I ask questions regarding those associations, what I want to ask you is, and it can be a very short answer, is, General, isn't it a dangerous precedent when you advise juniors, and when I say juniors, major generals, I'm not talking about in junior ranks, of the very division that you used to be or have control over. Before the new structure was approved, you were in charge of the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. Isn't it setting a dangerous precedent to then advise the juniors of the current Divisional Commissioner on whether they should or shouldn't go to court?
I was not advising the junior members, I was advising the divisional commissioners and say, this is a matter that you can deal with. I don't think it's advisable to go to court.
But you said General, you said that you advised, you told, I think, General Khan or General Moodley to not go to court.
No, I was telling General Kumalo. It was General Khan went to court. And then I said, don't go to court because you may lose. You're going to lose.
But then who did you say shouldn't do the expeditious process?
I was telling General Kumalo.
To not do expeditious?
To not do the expeditious.
Then General Khan rushed to court.
Then he did. He proceeded without listening to him.
But you told General Khan, I think you almost said it again now, you told General Khan not to go to court.
Chair, can I be assisted here?
Yeah. Yeah.
I said, General Khumalo was charging General Khan, and he was using the expeditious approach in a matter of 2021. It's a very long time matter outstanding, and he's been at work working. So in other words, when you have to charge him, you have to follow the normal disciplinary process, not go expeditious. And then he didn't listen. He charged him using the regulation of expeditious. And then General Khan, in order to defend himself, he ran to court.
And he succeeded.
And yes, and he succeeded. That is what I was saying.
Okay, General, I'm sorry if I misunderstood earlier, but you, and I'm going to labor the point. Earlier you said that General Khumalo was going to do expeditions against General Khan, correct? Yes. You told General Khumalo why would he do expeditions, correct?
Yes.
Just now when I asked you at first, you said General Khan shouldn't go to court, right?
Never said General Khan shouldn't go to court.
No, it's not what he said.
But Chair, apologies, Chair, but then there was a problem with previous questions because that's exactly what was quoted earlier.
Yeah, what he said was that he advised that when the matter of General Khan went to court, General Khan succeeded in his court litigation. And then General, you said it's Moody, went to court and he lost.
Okay. Did you tell General Moodley not to go to court?
No.
General, I think we're in different rooms here because this differs directly. I see the members nodding as well. I'll go back to it. I'll come back to it later. Chair, there's something wrong here. Moodley was instructed to report to the inspectorate. I followed up on this in Parliament several times. General, when General Moodley was reporting to you still, he was instructed by yourself to go to inspectorate and he refused. The reason I'm asking this tonight is because ground level members, if they don't submit leave correctly or they make a mistake, very, very often, if it's not expeditious, they even get pay cuts. But they face severe punishment, sometimes, in my opinion, overkill punishment. General Moodley was away from work. Tonight, you're defending him here when you spoke earlier, and you can differ from me, but he was away from work for 2 years. What did you do to remedy that?
Remember that General Moodley was away because he was removed from his position. And as he was removed from his position, he was being sent to inspectorate. Now, this is the member of crime intelligence who grew up in crime intelligence. You are taking him out of crime intelligence, you're saying he must go to the inspectorate. And he's saying to you, myself and General Jacobs, we don't have a relationship at all. And I can tell you, it won't work. Then the National Commission say, all right, let's see where we can place him. Choose three stations, clusters where he can be transferred. They gave him 3 where he must choose. He chose Gauteng. Now he feels that he then asks, okay, when must I report and where? But this is after quite some time he was on sick leave, quite some time. Now, in my case, I say he then received a letter that says you either come to work or you are fired. He got fired, and then he went to court to challenge the expulsion. So he went to court, and the court ruled in his favor. Now, in my case, I wasn't defending anybody here. What I was saying is that there's something called interpersonal relations. What needs to happen is that you must be able to build a team in such a way that you work with everybody that you work with. You work with people, with staff that supports you. So it wasn't like I'm supporting General Moodley.
Thank you, General. General, and I want to give context to it. The reason I'm asking those questions is because you said you gave vague answers about there being factions. Now, the whole conspiracy with this entire conflict was that General Moodley, Khan, and to a certain extent General Teo were part of one of the factions. Now, to be very honest with you, and this is a comment, not a question, Chair, in the Chair's absence, is that I find it embarrassing that it sounds like a Spanish telenova, a soapy, let's call it that, days of our lives, when we have to determine who likes who in SAP's management. And it's the reason why this country looks the way that it does with regards to crime. I'll come back to that just now. General, when you were in your capacity as the DNC that still had crime intelligence under you, what did you do when General Moodley was away for 2 years? Because he stayed away, and you can't tell me he was sick, because I followed this up through Parliament. He didn't submit sick leave. So for 2 years, Major General was away, no sick note, and he was eventually dismissed for it. What action did you take in that regard?
Personally, I remember he was not completely, he was sick, but he would show up sometimes bringing the sick note. And then I would talk to him and say, but why don't you come report? Even if you are to come and report here in my office, come to report in my office. He said, no, I'll speak to my doctor. But I'll then say, okay, let me also speak to the National Commissioner, so that the National Commissioner can agree with me that you're not going to go to the college, to General Chief Corps. You can come report here with the hope that I was going to give him projects such as like extortion rackets, your cash in transit, your kidnapping, so that he can run the operations on those. And then when I speak to the National Commissioner said, no, you can't keep him in your office because you don't have a post in your office. Then what I was trying to do to assist also was not approved by the National Commissioner. Now, in my case, it was now between him and the Divisional Commissioner.
General, again, you need to, and again, I say this very directly, but and respectfully, you need to decide whether you're going to be the peacemaker or you're going to be the DNC. You can't allow for crime intelligence that currently in shambles the way that it is, for someone to ad infinitum stay away from work, and when they pop in, they can. The reason I ask this is because General Moodley, amongst others, and you'll see how the names fit in when I continue with the questions, even flew up to head office to visit you. During my time following up through Parliament and asking questions, etc., it was very clear as we received information that he had visited Pretoria several times. And I find it interesting, etc. It was very clear as we received information that he had visited Pretoria several times. And I find it interesting that you now say he won his court case when he's currently still dismissed. I know he's taking it on appeal, but he's currently still dismissed. And this leads me to the following question. You then again create the impression about General Teo. Now, General Teo was previously investigated with allegations of kidnapping, assault, GBH, attempted murder, and defeating the ends of justice. He's currently on his way to trial for defeating the ends of justice. And that's why I started with a quote of saying that you are judged by the company you keep. Because it's ironic to me at the moment, with all of the statements that we've heard today, that those names are the ones that you choose to show some kind of ill treatment, and that it creates the impression of further factionalism. General, I want to move just regards to ranks and promotions, and I want to zoom in again on crime intelligence, and I want to ask you whether you questioned it or had any reservations about it. You mentioned, I think yesterday, a driver that was overnight promoted to captain in KZN. I think it was to captain. Again, when I look at General Moodley and General Khan, both of them were promoted not too long ago, directly from Lieutenant Colonel to Major General. And that in itself is a significant jump in ranks. We were talking about General Mkhwanazi earlier. I've got my own questions about the way that he was promoted, and we can debate that. but skipping 2 or 3 ranks at any given time is significant. Did you have questions about that?
I don't have knowledge of that because I was not there.
Thank you, General. General, I want to move to the issue of Vusimusi Cat Nhlanhla. When you had organized crime as a commander there, or let's park that, you were a commander of organized crime. You told us in this house that you had no recollection of Cat Nhlanhla's criminal background, correct?
Yes.
General, how is it possible that you led organized crime, even now as DNC detection, crime detection, and to a certain extent crime intelligence as well? Nhlanhla has a 25-year-old record, criminal record, of significant offences. I mean, a lot of them were in the media. I went and drew them up today, from cash in transit heist, illicit firearms, and scores of those cases were withdrawn. Did you do anything from your side to do any kind of due diligence regarding Mr. Nhlanhla?
Chair, I think the people who were supposed to do due diligence on Mr. Nhlanhla, the people who actually gave him a tender. At the time he applied, I think they interviewed them, and these are the people who must check on them and then get their CVs and everything. But the fact that he was given a tender, to me, he appeared to be a normal businessman who is a stockholder because he was actually operating from the College of the Police.
So, General, you're saying that he managed to build this so-called organized crime network, and while you're heading up organized crime and you're heading up later on detective services, you didn't know the background of Cat Nhlanhla, one of the notorious, seemingly, or let's call him one of the highest ranking criminals in South Africa. You didn't know anything about him.
No, I didn't know anything about it. And to be quite honest, Chair, it doesn't mean that when you are the component head, organized crime, which means you must know everybody who is a criminal. You will have, in the provinces, you will have a provincial head of organized crime. And then in Gauteng, there's also people who will know about him. But in my case, quite honestly speaking, I didn't know him.
General, I want to put it to you that that is the reason why we are seeing the levels of organized crime in this country, because I can tell you now that it should have raised significant red flags. And when he received that tender, not even talking about General Fannie, I mean, General Fannie should have his entire own inquiry. We should spend an entire week just with him about procurement, because it seems to me, from what I hear from the Auditor General, the police committee are going to have a field day regarding that. But just regarding the red flags with you, is that I have a question about the capacity of organized crime in the South African Police Service if you weren't able to identify that person. To say you didn't know the different or all the criminals in the country, it's not an accurate statement, because there's a difference between Vusimusi Cat Nhlanhla and a sidewalk Scully in Tembisa. Big difference. General, I want to move to the matter regarding, or furthermore, Cat Nhlanhla. With regards to the reports that were submitted to your office by the Hawks, or IDAC for that matter, in 2024-25, about the criminal probes in terms of Nhlanhla, was it never flagged with you? Did the Hawks or IDAC never come and speak to you about this whole Nhlanhla crisis?
Not at all.
Chair, I think that's something we can ask them about then as well, because there's a serious, very serious oversight lab with internal capacity. General, furthermore, the matter of Cat Nhlanhla and withdrawn cases. On what I just told you, several criminal cases were opened against Nhlanhla over the years, and almost every one of those cases was withdrawn or quietly struck off the roll. Did you ever question why that kept happening?
Because that subject never came up. I didn't know that this man is actually habitual criminal or he's got so many cases withdrawn against him. It never actually happened. It's unfortunate, Chair, because at this point in time, I'm expected or I'm being asked questions whether didn't you know about this man? Didn't you know that he's got criminal record? But I don't think it is fair that I'm expected to, when I meet somebody, I must call someone and say, please conduct an investigation on this, run test on this individual. I'll end up doing it with everybody.
Not at all. Kat Nhlanhla, Brown Mkhwanazi, there were several names mentioned in the last 2 days of people that have significant influence. So you can't compare them to sidewalk scollies. There's a big difference. And if you're heading organized crime or division crime detection, then surely you should have some kind of a dashboard or a list of who your top dogs are, who the whether it's the real, what do we call them, the big five or the fake big five. I don't know who to believe anymore, it seems, but we must have some kind of a list where this is indicated. If a stakeholder gets 360 million rands worth of tender in South African Police Service, then it is the entire SAPS management, and it includes you and General Masemola. There needs to be serious questions with regards to due diligence. General, I want to refresh your memory on the cases of Mr. Kat Nhlanhla. 2018, 1108 Porsche, attempted murder, withdrawn. 2016, Santon, possession of a firearm without a license and impersonation of a police officer, withdrawn. Silverton, 2015, carjacking and possession of stolen goods, withdrawn. Alberton, house robbery, withdrawn. Burglary, residential premises, withdrawn. Possession of housebreaking equipment, withdrawn. Common assault, cash in transit heist, not guilty, acquitted. Brooklyn, theft out of a motor vehicle, withdrawn, and so the list goes on. There are many, many more. What I'm saying to you, General, it's physically impossible that he could have slipped with the system. Someone helped him, and if it wasn't in your office, then it was in the office of General Fannie. But there was significant help to Kat Nhlanhla. General, you've repeatedly blamed crime intelligence for operational failures, but I want to ask you whether you ever issued any kind of a formal directive to crime intelligence to target Kat Nhlanhla or Brown Mkhwanazi over the past 12 months.
To start with, Chair, I don't think it is fair that all the records that the honorable member was reading here, I was not in the police. And the chair is saying, I wonder if it was not in your office or Fannie, General Fannie. It's really unfortunate and it's not fair at all, because we are not accountable and responsible for people that are criminals. And if that is the case, why did the police give him a tender? I was not there. I don't know. So that statement, really, I don't accept it, Chair. And then as to whether I gave any order or any instruction to crime intelligence to investigate Kat Nhlanhla, crime intelligence has got their counterintelligence. They do their work, they know their work, and if they do it. They don't have to get any instruction from me. I didn't know about Kat Nhlanhla's involvement in crime.
So even when you're the DNC, crime intelligence, before the new structure was implemented, you didn't give any form of instruction?
That's worse. When I'm the DNC, I'm not that operational. I'm more now at strategic level. I'm throughout the country running with the National Commissioner and the ministers in all strategic issues and attending in BIZOS and all other areas where I'm sent by the National Commissioner.
So is the closing down of the PKTT purely a strategic issue?
The closing down of the PKTT, remember, it's an official instruction that came from the minister through the National Commissioner. So it is not a criminal thing, a side issue that happening somewhere in a corner, unknown. It is an open official thing that was happening.
I'm not saying anything unknown, General. I'm asking whether you gave any instruction to crime intelligence. You explained that there's a false narrative that was being driven against you in the media. Did you ever task counterintelligence specifically to investigate such, especially with regards to the internal communication. You'd remember on the very famous 5th of March meeting, we discussed smear campaigns against people in the South African Police Service.
But I think, Chair, crime intelligence head, the divisional commissioner reported to me, but the officials under the divisional commissioner crime intelligence were not being tasked by me. I could not call a counter and say, come here, Minister. The national commissioner can do that. But in my case, there was no relationship with crime intelligence. There was no relationship with even the head of crime intelligence.
No relationship?
Yes.
General, you speak of unfair, but you know what's unfair? That we're sitting here at 11:30 on a Tuesday night about a group of adult men and women that can't get along in the police. General, did you ever demand any form of disciplinary action for those who allegedly stalled or didn't investigate, but you now said there was no investigation with regards to the smear campaign, so let's rather just skip that. General, I want to go to the last few questions. I want to ask with regards to the minister that withdrew the advertisement for the position of the national head of the DPCI, indicating that the process will be extended to find the right person for the post. As someone who publicly expressed, this is you, interest in the position and has long served within the South African Police Service leadership, how did this decision and the implied suggestion that the right person had not yet been found make you feel, both personally and professionally? Do you believe that the withdrawal reflects a lack of confidence in you and the current pool of senior SAPS leadership? Or do you see it as part of the broader political or institutional contestation over the control of the Hawks?
I think that's a question that can be responded to by the minister.
No, General, I'm asking what is your opinion, not the minister's opinion. He'll have his day.
I don't have an opinion on that.
So it doesn't bother you that they said they're waiting for the right candidate?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm one of the applicants and I didn't have really, I have expectations to be shortlisted. And if I was not shortlisted or maybe it was withdrawn, it means the right candidates did not succeed or were not really there to be considered. So you win some, you lose some. If you are not part or you are not in their plans, unfortunately, that is what it is.
Thank you, General. General, would you say, let me ask you first, yes or no, was it unconstitutional or unlawful for the minister to order the closing of the PKTT?
Personally, I don't see anything unlawful about it.
So it's constitutional. You think it's constitutional?
Yes.
See, I was planning to ask you because from what I could find, it's not constitutional. You can't give an operational structure. And I actually wanted to ask you whether you would jump off the roof of this house had the minister asked you that. Because everyone keeps telling me that they follow orders when it suits them in SAPS. But when it comes to the ground level issues and the frustrations that we keep on asking questions about, whether it's from the committee or elsewhere in Parliament, things are stalled and it's extremely frustrating. Chair, I want to close by maybe just saying that the trust relationship for effective policing is essential, especially in the management of SAPS and I guess all the accounting bodies around it, Parliament too. But by the actions that we've witnessed today and even over the last few weeks, with many different stories and testimonies, I really want to say that the public's confidence in SAPS, I think, has never been undermined on the level that it has now. And I think, Chair, we've got a huge responsibility from our side as Parliament, broadly speaking, to try and assist in restoring that integrity and credibility of SAPS. General, I want to end off by saying you're judged by the company you keep. These meetings and breakfasts with Brown Mkhwanazi, in the calls, Kat Nhlanhla, etc. There's an Afrikaans saying that says, "Meng jou met die semels en vreet die varke jou op." Die varke gaan vir jou opvreet. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron, General.
Chair, can we ask Honorable Cameron to say what you said in Zulu? What does that mean in Zulu?
Or until you know, I'm going to destroy that language if I can't get that. But in English, very shortly, it means that if you mix with the brand, the pigs will eat you up.
All right.
General Sibiya.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. And I hope I presented what I presented to the best of my ability. And where I made mistakes, I apologize. Where I made it.
I want to say one or two things with you.
Oh, must I? Because in my case, I thought the chair say I must.
No. I wanted you to look at me.
Oh.
Thank you so much. In you say 2015 or 16. Well, yeah, I'll come to you, Senior Counsel. I want you to be the last to speak. When you were charged and dismissed from the police service was because you have led the arrest of was he General or Brigadier Nhlanhla?
Richard Nhlanhla, the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence.
That's what led to your expulsion from to your understanding.
That's correct.
So you have been a victim.
Yes, Chair.
So in your understanding is that you have fired where vultures were perched, and you became a victim for that.
Yes, Chair.
And then thereafter you went to work at the city of Johannesburg.
That's correct, Chair.
And then there were investigations that you were also doing there.
That's correct, Chair.
And you were later investigated yourself.
Yes.
And in your own understanding or interpretation is that those who were trying to investigate you were trying to shield themselves from investigation.
Yes, because I was cleared.
Those who led the charges against you.
Yes, because myself I was cleared.
And now you are back in the South African Police Service as one of the longest serving, most experienced and competent police officer.
That's correct, Chair.
And there is a possibility that there would be a vacancy in the DPCI. And there are people who, in your own understanding or from your own reading of developments, want to scupper your upward mobility. And then they sit somewhere, carefully put a plot well calculated, and then run a smear campaign against you. Is that so?
That's my feeling, Chair.
That's your greatest feeling?
Yes.
And then in the process, you are alerted that you must know that there are people behind you, they are hounding you. And when you get that report, you look around and the later developments come to confirm that indeed what Mr. Mkhwanazi told me that I'm being hounded is happening.
That's correct, actually.
So the presentation that you make here is that the reasons why these things happen is because there is a plot to stop you or even oust you from the police service. Is that so?
That is correct, Chair, because you can also follow it up to the IG level, because I reported these things, even to the deputy ministers.
So what victimizes you? Why are you a victim of your own abilities? Are you a victim of your own successes? Because it's like wherever you are, this victim thing follows you.
I think
is it a case, or what? Can we organize with your ancestors and do?
I'm trying to do that, Chair.
Why are you always a victim in your own understanding?
Chair, I'm sure General Mkhwanazi was sitting in this chair when he says this man was removed from the city of Joburg, who was fired for the rendition. And then he came back, and the National Commissioner and the Minister did not challenge him coming back. And we don't know why. And within a very short space of time, he was now promoted. Now, to me, I heard and I observed hate, the last degree of hatred that this man doesn't want you really, because you cannot say why I came back and why they didn't oppose. And if that happens to him, would it be fair that if, let's say, for instance, you get suspended, pushed out, you have to fight for your career? And then he says, no, he doesn't understand why the minister didn't oppose. And when I'm back, he also said to the minister, I'm investigating the minister, when there's no investigation against the minister. They then go to the National Commission and say, Sibiya wants your job, when that is not the case. Now,
because the police commissioner was here, he says very soon he will be going on retirement. So if he was to go on retirement, I listened to you when you told us how old you are. So it means there will be an opportunity, two opportunities will arise. One will be the head of the DPCI and one will be the National Police Commissioner. So is it your understanding that the people who are doing this thing might be aware of your abilities and trying to block you in the event one of these opportunities happen?
This is how I felt, and this is what has been happening, Chair, because this thing erupted all of a sudden when everything was just working smoothly.
The people who are doing this, to your understanding, is it abuse of the offices that they occupy, or are they engaging in corrupt activities in state administration?
It can be anything, Chair, I don't know, but the problem is that for the KZ and Provincial Commissioner to make a press briefing that involves me, to me, and when I least expect that as well, it's a painful thing.
Or they want you to get closer to the microphone.
To me, Chair, the way this whole thing happened, because it started with the arrest of crime intelligence officials, then the newspaper article comes that says the National Commissioner will be arrested next week. Then all of a sudden I find myself facing the fire, and then ultimately being suspended, and then negative media publicity against me, and artificial intelligence are running on me 24/7. So I find myself in this situation. I have hope to recover, but to recover from where I am now, it will really take a miracle.
Okay. And then as I listen to you, you have reservation about actions which are being taken against generals Moody and Khan.
I don't have reservations. General Khan is no longer facing a case because he won it in court. He's back at work, he's working. General Moodley is in court. I'm told the court ruled in his favor, but apparently internally, I'm not sure what is the exact situation.
But the statement that you made here is like you had a feeling that they were being ill-treated.
What I was making as a statement was that the divisional commissioner has got no relationship almost with all his people.
Divisional commissioner, you mean General Kumar?
That's correct.
Okay, and you also complain that you are not being treated similarly to some of your colleagues. For instance, the manner in which General Kumar was treated when he was charged.
Arrested, not suspended, provided with legal fees. In my case, I'm suspended, and I'm struggling to even be supported with legal fees. That's what I wanted. And even I couldn't believe, I never thought it is possible that I could be and I will be charged for an official document that comes from the minister to the national commissioner, from the national commissioner to me, and I activate that what I received from the national commissioner in writing. But I end up being suspended for that.
Oh, okay. Then I want to hear what you are, because now you have presented how you see the developments that brought us to where we are in the SAPS. And then General Mkhwanazi says, at the heart of this is a twin project.
It's a
twin
project.
Yeah, to frustrate the reforms in the intelligence services and to dissolve the PKTT so that whatever possible breakthroughs that could be made in Gauteng are stopped. What is your comment on that?
No, it's not like, I don't agree, because it's not like the PKTT started investigating people in Gauteng for years, and it is for that reason that they must be disbanded. They've been doing their work in KZN and Eastern Cape, and a decision cannot be taken because they came here on matters that were already under investigation, leading to an end. Then they say, no, they're being disbanded because of that. And the 121 dockers that are at head office has got nothing to do with these people that are mentioned. So the two do not coincide.
Okay. So do you agree with me that the two dominant theories that are there in the SAPS are the main cause of divisions, particularly within the senior management of the SAPS?
Yes, Chair.
The theory that you hold and that which General Mkhwanazi hold are at the center of divisions that you have in the SAPS.
If the PKTT team was not dissolved, I don't think there would have been so much pushback and a fight around this issue of the PKTT. Now, unfortunately, I find myself in between. I'm a victim, I'm a collateral, I'm in between. Because personally, I did not participate nor partake in a decision that led to the disbandment.
I hear that, and
Yes.
but you have also said that the reason why you find yourself facing the situation you are facing is because of crime intelligence.
Yes.
So you want to tell us that the situation has become so paranoid that you may even be, or some may be using the institutions that they lead to fight personal battles.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like that because Remember that the National Commissioner said he instructed General Khumalo to investigate me. But when General Khumalo was arrested, the National Commissioner, without me having said a word or having done anything, he raised to me. He says, it is in all fairness, let this process of HR process of dealing with the disciplinary process of General Khumalo be handled by HR.
Yeah, in a situation like this, when senior managers or the top echelon of the SAPS throws the gauntlet at each other, what is the direction the police service is taking in the country?
It's a difficult question because I think it's a decision that could be taken by either the minister together with the president or maybe from your level.
We can put a new minister today, second minister tomorrow, third minister the other day. But in the state that you are yourselves as the top echelon, the bureaucrats, which direction is the SAPS taking?
It's so unfortunate, Chair, because even myself, personally, I begged even the National Commissioner. Many times he can say that, National Commissioner, I'm left with 3 years.
Yeah.
If I can be allowed to finish my 3 years, I'll go home in peace. That is what I've been always saying. So, unfortunately, that's what happened to General Khumalo, angered the National Commissioner and General Mkhwanazi, and even General Khumalo himself. And that is why you see the situation the way it is, yeah, including the minister as well.
Let's move towards concluding my questions. With this presentation that you made here, are you saying to us that within the SAPS we have corrupt officials?
I wouldn't say there are no corrupt officials, they are there. They have been there.
Yes, I want you to place it on record. This is Parliament, it's the leadership of this country. They want to know, they play oversight on the SAPS. Are there corrupt officials in the SAPS?
Those that are known are being arrested. There are corrupt officials in the SAPS, and the system is cleaning itself out. They are being arrested if they are.
Those that have not been arrested, which you confirmed here that some of them have acquired properties, are they also part of the corrupt officials in the SAPS?
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to ask the last two questions. Did you have a press conference?
No, not yet. Or unless, I've never called for a press conference unless the chair referred to the journalists that were at my gate during the search.
Did you talk to them?
Yes, I did.
Is there anything that you said during that interview with them that you may want us to know?
No, that what I said there is that I feel that my life is in danger, my life is in trouble. And the reason why, Chair, remember that my weapons have been taken. Everybody is paraded to my yard. And my colleagues, I'm the Deputy National Commissioner, I'm not yet fired, I'm still the Deputy National Commissioner of the Police. The National Commissioner or whoever can ask me and say, we are sending, when they come to serve me for whatever notice, they send 1 or 2 people. It's a divisional commissioner coming alone with a driver. And they come, they serve me, they go. Now, in this case, to dramatize the whole thing, to come with task force, with NIU, I feel that in this case, the special task force has been abused and misused, because you can't use special task force for issues like this. I'm a Deputy National Commissioner. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to resist. Just send the people.
You use a statement like, bring it on. Did you use that kind of a statement?
Long time ago. That when I was told that I'm being investigated on these issues of defeating the ends of justice. I said, yes, bring it on, it's fine. I'll fight it.
What did you mean when you say bring it on?
He who says they've got evidence against me, they must charge me.
Okay. So with the 37 years that you have said here, and the position that you occupy as a Deputy National Commissioner, second in command, do you think that the things that have been happening and some of the things that you have set yourselves in position of leadership reflect very good for an institution like the SAPS?
Chair, from where I'm sitting, I've been always defending myself. I've always been defending my name, my reputation, because when you look at all these attacks, Chair, I never started the process where I go for a person and go or start a fight or start something. Just like, let's take for an example, that press conference, this press briefing that was done by General Mkhwanazi. Had I been the one to do it, I would have been fired a long time ago. And nobody sees anything wrong for a general to wear camouflage uniform and do what he did. Others are treated in a different way than others. If another general who can stand up, wake up tomorrow and do it, it's going to be fired. Why are we not equal? And I don't say he must be fired because he said that. Even if you are not happy about certain things, why go take the mic and speak to the nation and mislead the nation on a lot of things? There are still various other ways that you can follow to voice your unhappiness.
Okay. Honorable members have asked you, this is the last question, have asked you about what General Mkhwanazi said when he was here. And I had also carefully listened to you, what you said about him. Where you stand, if we were to bring the two of you and put you next to each other, would you say that the things that you said about each other as senior police officers in the country is correct?
Chair, I wouldn't want to justify anything that is wrong.
Yeah.
And where I'm pointed out to have done something wrong, I would accept as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to press and say, no, I was right.
Yeah.
Where I was right.
Because the honorable members, when they asked you here, you said the position you hold is senior to that of the provincial police commissioner. And I can imagine in that position of seniority, South Africans will expect the bar to be higher on your part. Do you have any regrets about some of the things that you could have said, which might have not said comfortably with the people of South Africa?
I do.
Okay.
I do. And I'm sure I've also expressed it, Chair, when I said I apologize to the people of South Africa for the manner in which, as the management of the police, we carried ourselves. I've said it openly on TV.
No, thank you so much. Let me hear the senior counsel.
Thank you, General. There was no mention made of any November meeting that was held before the directive that was issued on the 31st of December. It certainly wasn't mentioned by General Masemola. In fact, you can reference his affidavit and you'll see that he was caught totally by surprise by the decision of the minister on the 31st of December, because it hadn't been raised with him at all. And the last time he had seen the minister, I don't know if you were at the same event on the 28th of December. There was an event in KZN. Nothing was mentioned. It wasn't mentioned to us, so we could not have spoken about any minute of a meeting. Even if you did mention it, you could have said there was a meeting and you don't have the minute. If I can just refer you to your affidavit or your statement on page 20 and page 21. Your references to November, you'll see at paragraph 57. You said you also learned in November 2024 of a complaint that was lodged by Professor Mary de Haas. And on the 4th of November, you say that Professor de Haas addressed a complaint to the minister about calling for the immediate disbandment of PKTT. The complaint was sent to the portfolio committee. And then you say, I received a copy of the complaint through the office of the National Commissioner on the 6th of November. And then at paragraph 63, this is what you say. I was not aware of any high-level discussions in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT prior to the minister's directive. So it was never mentioned. And in fact, there was no such meeting in November. If you agree or accept that, then we can move on quickly.
Chair, the paragraph that I read, that come from the minutes that was taken from the minute in the meeting, that what I jot down myself for that meeting. I don't think I'm wrong that there was a meeting at the college where that was expressed, and then I don't deny that maybe here I'm saying that, but it's possible that could be an oversight.
My apology to disrupt the senior council. I'm getting more and more worried now, generally. Chair, through you, Chair.
Sure, Chief.
Yes, you see, the senior council is bringing to the attention of the general what he said in paragraph 63. And just to quote one sentence, I was not aware of any high-level discussion in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT prior to the minister's directive. But earlier on, which is the matter I was raising with him, he read his own personal notes in which he made reference to this matter on the November meeting. Now, Chair, which one should we accept? I'm asking you, Chair. Maybe you'll ask the general on my behalf. Must we accept his written note, or we should accept his sworn-in statement? Which one is he amending now, which we must go home with? Thanks.
General.
I acknowledge and I accept that this is my statement, and that I can see paragraph 63 says, I was not aware of any high-level discussion in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT prior to the minister's directive. I have, however, been requested to expedite the establishment of a murder and robbery rate. So, and when I look at the paragraphs here, for an example, when I go to page 167, in page 167, it talks about this project had a dual purpose. The main purpose of this investigation is to determine the implementation status of specialized units that were established and reviewed in the detective service in 2016. Now, and when you go to page 76, it talks about it, the worst crime capacity 25%, that is normally better off at 25%. Murder and robbery unit are at 18%. Now we say here, the reason for the establishment of the unit was to ensure that provincial directed investigations could be conducted with the alternative function to also replace the numerous task teams that were functioning at provincial level. Now, it is necessary to look at the status of this provincial investigation unit capacities and make a decision based on implementation or possibly to close down the capacities at provincial level. This would also alleviate the need to establish the capacity without a need in the current circumstances where there are continuous budget cuts, especially for the compensation. Closure of the provincial investigation unit would then relieve some pressure on the additional unit capacity. Now, these task teams should be placed within the murder and robbery units. So what I'm just trying to say is that there's a work study that was conducted where the National Commissioner even say expedite and implement. Now, in terms of that meeting of the, that I say is of the 27th, this is the news that I made. So maybe perhaps I need to just verify the date that it was on the 27th of November, Chair.
Chair, can we move on? There was clearly no meeting in November. If the General wants to go home tonight or tomorrow and find a minute of that meeting, then he can make it available to us. The evidence is clear, his own evidence, this is an affidavit that he signed. So he said under oath to us, and it squares with what General Masemola had also told us. Now,
can I check if the chief whip is satisfied?
I can wait because I think you have to the train that is following.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, we're about certified. This is an affidavit that was signed by the General on the 8th of October, looks like in Sandton. Can we, I thought that'd be quite short so that you can agree with me and we can all go home. Can we agree that the proposed or intended closure or termination of the PKTT never happened, so that objective was never achieved?
Yes.
Can we also agree that the purpose of closing the PKTT was also never achieved? The purpose being to close it because of whatever reason was given. You were never involved with the PKTT.
Yes.
Never involved with the PKTT.
Yes.
We know, again, on the facts, that the dockets, you ordered the dockets to be brought to head office. You didn't receive it physically, but the dockets were brought, and what you were given was a schedule of what was in the docket. And you spent quite a bit of time going through various cases, and you said, in fact, some of these cases were never investigated, 2014, 2016, all kinds of things. And it appeared that these dockets were actually being neglected according to what you tried to demonstrate to us.
I never ordered the dockets to be brought to head office. I said they must meet, they must exchange the docket to the divisional commissioner and then decide on a place or repository where they must be kept or stored so that they can be evaluated, inspected, and be taken to where they belong.
Yes, you ordered that. You ordered Khumalo to do that, and that's what Khumalo did. So they first brought the first batch of docket, 118 dockets, 28th of March, and then they brought the balance, the 3 Eastern Cape dockets in April.
Yes.
Those dockets were evaluated by some analysts, and none of these dockets, some of them appeared to be cold, as the technical term. Others, they appeared not to have been worked on, or people hadn't been arrested, and their instructions were to do the arrest. Now, why would you have done that when these dockets were then lying in that office for 4 or 5 months, even further neglected? You're the head of the detectives. Why didn't you order these dockets to be returned so that they could be worked on and that arrest could be effected and the dockets either closed or activated or people taken to court? You're the head of the detectives.
Councillor, I find this question to really be so unfair, because the process was, if we are deactivating and we are taking the docket to murder and robbery unit, and the docket were taken to murder and robbery unit, and the provincial commissioner rejected them. It's not that I said they must be brought to head office.
Okay. So again, that wasn't, and that's actually where I wanted to go. That wasn't done either. The dockets were now going to be taken to murder and robbery. They weren't done either. They were just there for 4 or 5 months.
No, for 3 months.
For 3 months.
Yes.
However long.
Yes.
The victims of crime, they want to see justice, and they don't want to see a delay in their matters, especially where killings are involved and families are involved, who are the victims of these killings.
Am I able to ask a question, Chair?
Ask the senior counsel. Yes, you can ask him.
Does the council ever accept the fact that the docket was supposed to be taken to KZN and the KZN Provisional Commission rejected them?
But the dockets were never, we've heard that. The dockets, he said no, that because he was not the custodian of the dockets. The documents should have been returned to Sentomile and Khumalo. Khumalo is the project leader of PKTT. Why wasn't it restored to them?
But he took them finally.
Why would it go to Mkhwanazi? He said, no, you don't give it to me. I'm not going to accept this. But that's still beside the point that I'm trying to make, is that these dockets, this is a case of neglect. This is a case of negligence, of cases that are now being investigated, 121 cases. By some of your best detectives, you've said this PKTT have done good work. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but something to that effect. And now the head of the detectives, through a circular, has said to Khumalo, bring the dockets. It was taken, it was evaluated, it lie there for 3 months. Then it gets sent back to Mkhwanazi, who never had the dockets in the first place. And then it lies there for a further couple of months. And it's again further neglected.
You know, Council, when a transaction happened between General Khumalo and General Sintumula, the exchange docket, General Sintumula get the docket, and she's taking them to where they belong in KZN. And the PC rejected them. Nobody sees a mistake there. Nobody sees the fact that why did the PC reject the docket. And everybody find it okay that the PC can say, no, I don't want them because I don't know how they got to head office. Whatever delay that is caused, that the PC was right to say, no, I don't want them. The only mistake that everybody sees is that, not necessarily everybody, but the only mistake that has been seen here is that, no, he refused the docket, they were taken to head office. Not under my watch. I didn't say bring them to head office. So,
no, but you took the decision, General Sibiya. We know that. You said you followed orders on this. In fact, you were you were enthusiastically following these orders without yourself ever asking what the PKTT were doing, what they were up to, how they were operating. It was only on the 7th that you send a directive to Khumalo, bring me these dockets, or words to that effect. You say, and give me, this is what you ordered him to do a closing report, isn't it? And that closing report would only emerge later. You didn't even wait for the closing report, because on the 15th, you went to General Masemola and he said to you, go to Rabi in the office to write this thing up. And then you came back and honorable member, the chief whip here next to me, already raised this with you. You came with the first document, which had the National Commissioner's name and a space for him to sign. He refused to sign it. He said to you, leave it, I'll deal with it. Instead, you went back to Rabi, you came back with the same document, without his signature, and you signed the signature. In fact, just quickly to pause there, that is why you've been charged in a disciplinary inquiry. We know that Provincial Commissioner Patekile was the investigating officer, and you've been charged with that, isn't it?
Chair, I don't really appreciate or agree with the council, because if the council is aware that the National Commissioner said, leave it, I will do it myself, or I'll take it from there. And then from there, as the National Commissioner said, that since then, my letter or my instruction took precedence, meaning that since then, everything that happened because of the National Commissioner's instruction. And to an extent that even on the meeting of the 6th and on the 5th and the 7th, the meeting of the 6th and the 7th, the head, the leader of the task team outlined the plan, his plan.
General Sibiya, it's late. We've traversed this. We've spent hours on this.
Sure.
That is not what the 5th, at the meeting on the 5th or the 6th had been. On the 6th, there was still dissatisfaction. That meeting was adjourned until the 27th. You keep on referring to the 6th, and you look at those dates where it says end of March. Then you wrote another letter and you said you want it closed by the 24th of April. That also didn't happen, because the only thing that happened on the 24th was Khumalo brought you the 3 other Eastern Cape dockets. But at the end of the day, you agreed with me earlier. The PKTT was not closed. You put in a budget on the 12th of July. That budget was rejected by the National Commissioner. And on the 27th, General Mkhwanazi put in a budget proposal for the PKTT. That was approved, and we now know it's common cause that the PKTT at least is going to operate until the 26th of March next year. I thought we had agreed on all these facts.
We don't agree, certainly, Council, because I feel you are oppressing me, basically, because we've discussed this thing earlier, and we went step by step, and then we showed that everything that happened according to the plan as approved by the National Commissioner. Even in his own acknowledgement, he acknowledged that he gave instruction. He acknowledged he gave instruction to Brigadier Lutuku to write me that email that she wrote to me. The email that I responded to, or the disbandment letter that I activated, come from the National Commissioner's office through General Sibiya's office. Why is the council not really considering that part of?
Okay, can we agree this? Has the PKTT been disbanded? No. You followed his instruction to disband it, but it hasn't been disbanded. Does it mean that both of you are in trouble now because you're not following his instructions?
It never was disbanded. Hence, it is still operating.
No, the only time it wasn't disbanded. The only time where its work was deliberately frustrated and postponed was when the dockets were ordered to come to head office in Pretoria, and it was lying there for 3 months when the team couldn't operate.
Yes, Senior Counsel,
Okay.
do you still have questions to ask?
Chair, I want clarity.
Because I'm afraid that you are debating the issues now with the witness. Honorable Souls.
Yo, Chair, my hand was up very long. And it feels like we're starting all over again. But I want clarity on the question on the dockets. We heard testimony. Where did the dockets come from? One, clarity. Where did they come from senior counsel? Two, the dockets that was now sent back, are they of cases that occurred in KZN? So if you send it back, if so, you send it back to KZN because that's where the cases must be dealt with. So I just want to get clarity. Where was the dockets before it was removed? And where must those cases be investigated? Which province?
Honorable members, I want us to come to an end of the proceedings because when the senior counsel requested me to give him a minute, it was to clarify matters that would not have been clarified by the witness.
Can I get clarity, please?
Yeah,
Chair?
or if you so wish, I can note a further set of hands.
No, Chair, can the SC just clarify for me? I want to understand.
SC?
The answer very quickly, the answer is quite simple.
Yes.
The dockets came from KZN and they were returned to KZN.
So why is the witness being interrogated about why it was sent back to KZN?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I thought that would be quite quick.
So did
Okay, Chief Whip.
May proceed. You see, Lieutenant General Khumalo, who's the head of the task team, says that in fact, the purpose of asking for those dockets was not about the PKTT. It was being analyzed and examined to see whether any of these Gauteng cartel drug-related cases were being investigated by the PKTT. Do you want to comment on that?
Just to ask a question, General Khumalo testified before this committee, Chair.
No, he hasn't testified before this committee. I'm putting it to you. I'm giving you an opportunity to answer to it.
I hear the evidence leaders in Lieutenant General Khumalo says.
Yes.
Are you communicating with General Khumalo?
Well, no. We're all listening to, he's already testified and before he fell ill in the commission. He is going to testify before this committee, well, not officially yet. I'm sure that everyone wants to hear what he's got to say. He was the project leader of the team.
Chair, I don't know. I don't want to get the impression that the chair keep on getting, the evidence leader keep on getting messages and then the questions carry on and on. I just don't want to make those allegations.
Did you know about the arrest of Katiso Molefe on the 6th of December?
I didn't know.
Why didn't you know? You right there in Gauteng, the arrest was effected by the Gauteng, one of your units?
I heard when it happens, but I didn't know before.
Point of order, Chair. It's after midnight. We are starting the process all over again. And we are being made to sit here to listen to this. Please, Chair, make a ruling. I beg of you. We've heard these questions.
I have made a ruling, Honorable Source. I had said that the senior counsel must clarify issues that need clarity.
Do you know Cedrick Nkabinde?
Yes, I do. Nkabinde,
Yes.
the chief of staff of the minister.
Do you know Lesecha Sinona, who is also the head of the Hawks in KZN?
I know him.
Do you know the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Chief Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi?
No, I don't.
You know Calvin Rafadi?
I know him.
Yes?
I know him.
Do you know Nhlanhla?
Nhlanhla,
Yeah.
yes.
Do you know Mkhwanazi?
Chair, I know, and I mean, the whole day we've been talking about Mkhwanazi and Nhlanhla, and this type of questions.
Do you know Suleiman Karim?
No.
You see why I ask you this? These are all people who are mentioned in the WhatsApps. They are all linked to the drug cartels in Gauteng. Now, the point had been made by several of the honorable members that sometimes, not sometimes, most times, all of us, we are known by the company that we keep. You know all of these people. Because it's so late, I'm not even going to ask you, do you have all their numbers on your cell phone?
No.
So, perhaps the last point I must make is this. Is that and it's again a point that's been made by some of the honorable, or an observation rather, for your comment. It's quite disturbing because it relates to the terms, one of the terms of reference of this honorable committee is how can we restore trust and confidence in the police? Now, it's surely disturbing for anybody to hear that there's phone tapping, there is data tampering at high levels in the police. You say this is being done or perceived to be done by some of your opponents. So I want to ask you, how are you expecting members of the public listening to the evidence or watching this on TV? How do we remedy this? And how do we restore the trust and confidence of the police in them?
I think the recommendations from this ad hoc committee will contribute to how this matter should be handled forward.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Senior Counsel, Chief Whip.
No, Chair, mine is just one question. You remember that, I didn't finish, but I was happy this matter arises now. We are not going to have another session with General Sibiya in terms of our schedule. So I would like to find out, what are we taking home with us between paragraph 63 and the private note that the General presented to our meeting? What should we take home between the two? Which one should we disregard? That's the all I wanted to check. Thanks.
Okay. General?
Chair, if I can be allowed to confirm the date of the 27th of November, and then I'll submit a written submission in relation to that.
Okay,
Yes, if possible, if I can be allowed, Chair.
okay. Is that fine, Chief? Are you fine? I want you to say it.
Okay, I'm not fine, Chair, but I can accept
He
it.
is requesting that we allow him to make a written submission.
Okay, so at the moment, it means we take home the contradiction until further notice.
Yeah, until you
Thank
have
you.
that written
Thank you very
submission,
much.
which clarifies, yeah, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I know, I thought we'll finish at 2, but we finished too early. I just wanted to ask the General, you spoke about murder and robbery squad. I think murder and robbery unit. Do we have one in KZN or Mpumalanga or Northwest? We in all the provinces, do we have murder and robbery unit?
I think they are, at this present moment, I cannot confirm how many or where, because I've been out of the system for quite some time. So I think they are Chair, but even this document that says the establishment must be expedited by the DNC. So I don't know so far what progress has been made in between.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, let me start by thanking the staff of Parliament for the support that you are giving us. We are knocking very late at the wee hours, and you are still here with us. I want to thank you so much for your commitment. It has not gone unnoticed. Honorable members, thank you so much. Thank you, Senior Counsel. General Sibiya.
Thank you, General.
General Sibiya, we want to thank you so much. Dawa. Tomorrow, honorable members, is today, Chief Whip. We have a day off. We will come back on Thursday. Minister Mchunu will be here on Thursday, and the Senior Council has requested that we will allocate him a day and a half. So Thursday and Friday, the Senior Council will be leading evidence. For sure, on Friday, we may finish somewhere around 1 or 2 o'clock, depending on the work that the Senior Council would have done. And then we will adjourn and come back on Tuesday next week for members to come and engage with Minister Mchunu. We are starting at 11 o'clock on Thursday. And our meeting today, the 15th of October, is at 19 hours. Thank you so much. The two gentlemen sitting here with me, I want to thank you so much because they never speak. They are always here. I must thank them very much for the support. And Skosana, I know you are unhappy, but unfortunately we must come to the end of the proceedings. You would have wanted to stay at least until